even apologized to Sonia Gandhi. We're going to get you all of that coming up. But development number one, viewers. Congress leader Sachin Pilot, at the center of this huge turmoil in the party's Rajasthan unit, has landed in Delhi this afternoon. Sources close to Pilot have said, till now, there is no meeting that has been fixed, but yes, he's looking to meet the High Command. Also, not actively seeking any disciplinary action against the Gehlot MLAs. But the unsaid point in all of this is looking at the High Command to crack the whip. The other big development, sources tell India Today that Gehlot has spoken to Sonia but hasn't been able to reach any breakthrough in the Rajasthan impasse. He has apologized for his MLAs, though maintains he had absolutely no idea. It was first ever contact between Gehlot and Sonia since Sunday's high drama in Jaipur. He also assured Sonia Gandhi that he would never challenge the Congress High Command. In midst of the leadership crisis in Rajasthan, Gehlot loyalists, while speaking about his Congress presidential poll nomination, said they have no idea about it. Gehlot, who was slated to file the nomination on September 28, which is tomorrow, unlikely to file that nomination for the Congress top post until the crisis over the nomination of his successor is resolved. And it also seems that the Delhi High Command not in favor of Gehlot filing that nomination. Meanwhile, after escalating drama in Rajasthan, which has put Congress leadership to think of a plan B for the top party post, senior Congress leader Kamal Nath on Monday said he doesn't want to become the party president. The focus now shifts to the others. Mukul Wasnik, Mallikarjun Kharge, Pawan Bansal also took a form today but says not for himself or somebody else. And lastly, the Congress continues to grapple with the political crisis in Rajasthan after party observers termed as indiscipline the action of 92 MLAs in the state, the attempt to set conditions for the appointment of Chief Minister Gehlot's successor. All eyes now on Sonia Gandhi to see what action she recommends after the written report is submitted to her, which should have come this evening, viewers. All right, let's take you now through the latest news that is breaking. Not very far from where I'm standing at the Albert Hall is the Chief Minister's residence. It was the fulcrum of all the excitement in the last 48 hours. An informal meet now, viewers, has been called by Ashok Gehlot. There is a sense, if not panic, but an urgency in the Gehlot camp. Ashok Gehlot today has made contact with Sonia Gandhi. He's apologized for the conduct of his MLAs, though he has maintained that he had no idea. Listen in.
Sachin ji. Sachin ji. Sir.
All right, viewers, Sachin Pilot has maintained a studied silence. Sachin Pilot is in Delhi. He landed, went to his residence. Every time he's come faced with the cameras, he has maintained silence. Now, sources close to Sachin Pilot claim that Sachin Pilot is now looking at the High Command to make a decision. He's in Delhi. There is no meeting planned with the High Command just yet, but he wants to be in Delhi. There seems to be a building of moral pressure on the High Command because now this fight is not about Sachin Pilot anymore, is what the sources insist. It's a slight of the High Command's writ. And Sachin Pilot, what our sources maintain, is deeply hurt. He says he's the aggrieved party. And the High Command now will take a decision and Sachin Pilot will abide by it. Well, this is what sources close to Sachin Pilot say. So Sachin Pilot, viewers, is in Delhi. Studied silence maintained by him. Ashok Gehlot also till now directly hasn't spoken to the media. However, multiple press conferences by the Gehlot camp continue to filter in. As we speak, Ashok Gehlot has called an informal meet of cabinet ministers at his residence at 8th Civil Lines in Jaipur. However, Sachin Pilot in this afternoon landed in Delhi, refusing to say anything to the media. Even now, once faced again with the camera, Sachin Pilot refusing to say anything at all. With what our sources tell us, he's left everything to the High Command, and he is hoping, or rather the Sachin camp is hoping, that the High Command will crack the whip. Already, there seems to be a new rigor in the Sachin Pilot camp, especially with what we've seen through the course of the day. A few MLAs from the 92 figure that Ashok Gehlot has came today, spoke on camera, say that they are with the High Command. They don't agree with what actually happened. What happened 2 days ago, where those resignations were in fact taken in, and they don't mind if Sachin Pilot is the man chosen by the High Command. So there are fissures, fault lines, which seem to be appearing in the MLAs as well. And if action is taken, viewers, disciplinary action against Ashok Gehlot and his MLAs, then there could be more MLAs who would gravitate towards, maybe not the Sachin Pilot camp, but clearly come out in the open and say they lie with the High Command. I want to cut across to Rahul Srivastava, who's joining us with the latest updates. Rahul, understandably, studied silence by Sachin Pilot. He doesn't want to add anything to the chaos that ensues, leaving everything for the High Command to decide. There seems to be a sense of maybe not panic, but urgency in the Gehlot camp. Word coming in, he's spoken to Sonia Gandhi. He tried to explain the situation, but the impasse continues. Right here in Jaipur, Rahul, he's called an informal cabinet meet as well.
Preeti, if you look what has transpired over the last 48 hours, is that on that Sunday evening when a formal meeting, an official meeting of the Congress Legislative Party was called at the residence of Chief Minister Gehlot, that meeting was fixed, the time and the location was fixed because Ashok Gehlot wanted it at that time and he wanted it at that location. Now, after that, there was a parallel meet which already Mr. Ajay Makan, the General Secretary in charge, has said was an unauthorized meeting, and it was an act of indiscipline. Now, with that, what has become increasingly clear is that the Congress High Command wanted that one-line resolution that the Congress MLAs authorized Sonia Gandhi or the Congress President to take future action, while the parallel meeting decided that there will be preconditions, and they actually rejected virtually what the High Command wanted. So, in that scenario, what has happened that it has become a High Command versus Gehlot and the Gehlot faction battle. Now, in that battle, Sachin Pilot's biggest asset now, political asset, equity, is actually silence. Because now he's actually out of the fire. He can wait for the High Command and Ashok Gehlot and his faction to settle the issues and wait for the outcome. And that's the best possible thing he can do. Now, what we are being told is that action notices are likely to be followed very soon. And that will distance Gehlot further away from the High Command, means there will be more panic among the MLAs who went with Ashok Gehlot. Already many of them have started saying that we are with the High Command, we are not with any faction.
True. Rahul, would you stay with me? I want to cut across to Rajdeep, but before that, Rajdeep, I want to quickly bring in Dev Ankur Vadhavan. Dev, you're outside the Chief Minister's residence, Ashok Gehlot. There seems to be a sense of deepening urgency now. We believe he spoke to Sonia Gandhi, but informal, immediate meet called, all cabinet ministers rushing to Ashok Gehlot's house. What's on the agenda? Quickly.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. But before that, let me show you these policemen. They are stopping us from heading towards Ashok Gehlot's residence. Gehlot's residence, Preeti, as you know, from the roundabout is hardly 200 meters away. but the media has been stopped from being outside Ashok Gehlot's residence. All of these police personnel have been stationed, clearly told the instructions are given that no media person is to be allowed. So what is actually happening right now, Preeti, is that hectic activity has begun inside Ashok Gehlot's
called
residence.
in such a hurry.
Although I've spoken with the Chief Minister's office, Preeti, they have been told that this is an unofficial meeting, that Ashok Gehlot is not the one who has called this meeting, but there are several senior ministers, we are given to understand, MLAs who have already, reached Ashok Gehlot's residence. Pictures have emerged, Preeti, from inside Gehlot's official residence, which is 8 civil lines. And the MLAs who have gathered out here are strategizing, discussing their, what is the plan of action from here. They are considering two possibilities, Preeti. One, show cause notices being issued to Shanti Dhariwal, Mahesh Joshi and Pratap Singh Khachriawas. Shanti Dhariwal is the one at whose official residence that particular meet happened on Sunday. The other person is Dr. Mahesh Joshi. He is the chief whip of the Congress in Rajasthan. He is the one who made those phone calls, or at his behest those phone calls were made. So these two are being considered as the main culprits, prima facie, who were responsible for engineering that entire meeting parallel.
So how to firefight that? Dave, get yourself closer to the Chief Minister's house. We're coming right back to you. I want to get in Rajdeep Sardesai, as well, our consulting editor, who's joining me right now from the newsroom. Rajdeep, at least in Jaipur right now, it seems, it's been a game of tipping scales right now. It seems that the Ashok Gehlot camp a little more insecure with what has gone down through the course of the day. He's spoken to Sonia Gandhi. What are your sources telling you? What was this conversation? Has anything thawed at all?
Well, what happened was that Ashok Gehlot tried to open up a conversation with Sonia Gandhi for the first time earlier today, 48 hours after all that had happened in Jaipur, which had been seen here in Delhi as a virtual rebellion against the Congress High Command. Mr. Gehlot tried to explain his situation, insisted that this is not what he had ordered his MLAs to do, that many of these MLAs on their own volition had made it clear that they would not accept Sachin Pilot as the new chief minister. We are told that Sonia Gandhi found Mr. Gehlot's position unacceptable and made it very clear that she felt that Mr. Gehlot had not adhered to party discipline. Of course, as was suggested by Devankur, the show cause notices may well go to the likes of Mahesh Joshi and Mr. Khachriawal. But the thing is that that meeting between, or that phone call between Ashok Gehlot and Sonia Gandhi has not broken the thaw. So the question then emerges, what next for Mr. Gehlot? And that might explain this decision to call an emergency meeting. There is a sense that they would like to, Mrs. Gandhi is very clear that while consultation with MLAs can take place on an individual basis, there must be at least some consensus over a resolution authorizing the Congress leadership to take the next steps in Rajasthan, as is normally the case. That was to be done on Sunday. It didn't happen because this parallel meeting was called. So is Mr. Gehlot now ready to try and convince his MLAs, at least allow the Congress leadership to go through this process now of authorizing them, authorizing the Congress president to take a decision on Rajasthan and then seek individual MLAs' opinion? I can tell you that the report that Mr. Makan and Mr. Kharge, the central observers, have given to Sonia Gandhi is pretty damning. Mr. Kharge, in fact, said that in his 42-year-old career, 40-plus political career, he's never felt more humiliated. So, in a sense, Ashok Gehlot now has to explain to the party high command and to his own MLAs his next steps. Remember, 29th, we are told, will be by when we will know whether Mr. Gehlot is actually being moved out of Rajasthan into Delhi. That is still not being ruled out. The possibility that he could still, if he can work out a compromise, a truce formula with Sonia Gandhi, he could still possibly be Congress president, even though options other than him are being looked at. The likes of Mr. Kharge, Sushil Kumar Shinde, Mukul Vasnik, all these names are now doing the round. Kamal Nath has said no, and a few, A.K. Antony has made it clear he's not in the race. So Ashok Gehlot is really on...
I'm going to quickly cut across to the next news break that is coming in. That report which was filed by the observers. We are breaking that news right now. Let me quickly take you through that, viewers. Now, sources have said a clean chit to Ashok Gehlot in Observer's report on Rajasthan's political crisis. Recommendation of disciplinary action against prominent leaders who called parallel meeting, which clearly the names we just sent to you right now. In the report, a clean chit to Ashok Gehlot in the political crisis of Rajasthan. Technically, observers have not held him responsible for the development, but the report recommends disciplinary action against the prominent leaders who called the meeting parallels. According to sources, the report recommended against ministers and MLA Shanti Dhariwal and MLA Pratap Singh Khacharia. Congress leader Dharmendra Rathore, there may be names of some more leaders against whose more action would be taken. It's a 9-page report. It's damning. It might have given Ashok Gehlot a clean chit on paper, but he's clearly not off the hook. And maybe that is the reason why this meeting in Jaipur has been called of all the MLAs right now. Rajdeep, I want to quickly, come back to you. A clean chit right now at some level given to Ashok Gehlot, but the fact that his ministers and all have been named, this could clearly spell trouble for him as well.
I was just, on the line speaking to someone who's been involved in these negotiations. What they are saying is Ashok Gehlot is likely to come to Delhi tomorrow. And he's likely to come to Delhi tomorrow and meet Sonia Gandhi after the meeting that he's held today. What they are trying to arrive at is some kind of a negotiated settlement wherein the Congress leadership assures that the views of the MLAs will be taken on board. No name will be pre-decided. In return, Mr. Gehlot will apologize for all that has happened on behalf of the MLAs and possibly then, maybe even now, file his nomination if the Congress High Command relents on Thursday or Friday. You see, I think that in a way is perhaps the manner. Mr. Gehlot seems to still want to make truce with the High Command, doesn't want to be seen as disloyal, doesn't want to create a situation where tomorrow someone else becomes Congress president and he loses out both in Rajasthan and Delhi. So Mr. Gehlot also now is doing an element of damage control, and we are told a meeting with Sonia Gandhi tomorrow or possibly Thursday is likely where this issue will finally be resolved.
All right, Rajdeep, appreciate you joining us. Lots of reactions coming in, viewers. As I speak, I want to now cut across immediately to Divya Maderna. She's joining us from Jodhpur. She was in Jaipur this morning. She is an MLA and she believes what went down 2 days ago was wrong and should not have happened. It was a complete slight of the High Command. And she also maintains, and Divya, correct me if I'm wrong, that the rebellion which was put together allegedly by Sachin Pilot, as per you, was much smaller and lesser than what you feel is a bigger rebellion by these 92 MLAs, as Ashok Gehlot camp claims.
Hi, Preeti. I wouldn't be able to make a statement on 92 MLAs, but I certainly feel the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Shanti Dhariwal, the Chief Whip, Mahesh Joshi, who informed every single legislator to come for the CLP meeting, they themselves boycotted the meeting. MLAs and the figures that they are giving is absolutely wrong. I believe that every congressman, they were having a pressure that everybody must come and meet them in groups and not individually. Every single day now, every single hour, you see an MLA is coming out and saying, no, we were called, there was misinformation. We were called by the Chief Whip saying that please gather here and we will all go together. Everybody is coming out. I think what is really important is a Parliamentary Affairs Minister who's part of the cabinet, the Chief Whip of the party. If he calls somebody and says, please gather at our Mr. Minister's residence and we will all go to the CLP, I think every single legislator would believe it to this entity.
All right, Divya, you say you don't know if these are actually 92 MLAs. Have you been able to touch base with many of your own colleagues, your own party colleagues? What do they make of what actually went down? Where do the numbers tip right now? Are they still staunchly in favor of Ashok Gehlot?
No, I don't think there was anything pro Ashok Gehlot or against Ashok Gehlot anywhere. It is a drama that was led by, as the visuals were all out. You could have seen a video of Mr. Shanti Dhariwal, the Parliament Affairs Minister, who was questioning the High Command. And he said, who is High Command? And High Command must answer this. It's on the public domain. So as a Congress worker, everybody is hurt. And I'm sure even the Chief Minister must have intervened and he must have been hurt as well, that you don't make these comments and you don't do parallel meetings like these.
But, Divya, do you actually believe that Ashok Gehlot had absolutely no idea that this meeting would have been carried on while there was a CLP called at the same time? These are all allegedly his loyalists.
Benefit of doubt, because if Mr. Parliamentary Affairs Minister questioned and the kind of language that he used for High Command, I'm certainly sure that no Chief Minister or no senior member is going to tell him to make comments like these. So I would like to give him a benefit of doubt. I don't think anybody would say that you stage a show and go against High Command and do these kind of things. I don't know what went wrong, who took the shots, what was behind the curtain. I won't be able to comment. But clearly, Shanti Dhariwal ji and Mahesh Joshi, one is Parliament Affairs Minister, one is the Chief Whip of the party, who had called every legislator to come at 7 o'clock to the Chief Minister's residence for the meeting, and they themselves boycotted. So I think that has sheer indiscipline by these two who were leading the campaign.
Divya, tell me something. Were you also given a call to come to Shanti Dhariwal's residence?
No, I wasn't. I had only one call by the Chief Whip the previous evening to come to at 7 o'clock to the Chief Minister's residence.
So you were not called to Shanti Dhariwal's residence. You were called to the Chief Minister's residence for the official CLP.
Right.
Divya, I want to ask you, you as an individual, will you comply if the High Command actually picks Sachin Pilot as the one who will take over from, and if Ashok Gehlot steps down, or in the scenario that was earlier?
Preeti, to be very honest, when the fiasco in 2020 had happened, I was very much there at the Fairmont Hotel, where Mr. Gehlot was leading as the CLP leader. And they stopped and stood by them because the official CLP leaders, the meeting was held there, and the official Congress observers were sent. I will be absolutely okay if the Congress president decides that Mr. Gehlot is going to continue. I will be absolutely okay if she happens to choose another name. I am just not questioning her decision, whatever name, whatever situation that she says, whether it's going to be continuation, whether there's going to be a change of pace, whether it's going to be from 102, whether it's going to be from 19. I am going to abide and stick by the one-line resolution that whatever is being said and commanded by the High Command.
What is going down right now? Have you been able to talk to the other MLAs as well? Is there consensus that some of them, were taken for a ride with what happened 2 days ago? Is there consensus building up that, they need to speak up for the High Command? What went down was wrong?
It's already there in the public domain. You see, Mr. Khushbu Singh Vijayawardena has come out, given a statement. Indra Meena, another legislator, said, I don't know what papers they made me sign. You had Prashant Berwa, who said, I'm going to stick by Ala Kaman. You had another MLA, Mr. Yadav, Sandeep Yadav, who said, I'm going to stick by Ala Kaman. Every minute and every second in newspapers or in video virals, they're all coming. They're all saying that we were misinformed. We were said that please come to Shanti Dhariwal's residence, and we are all going to go in one group to the CLP meeting at the CMR residence.
Divya, history in Rajasthan stands testimony, and I would reckon your father has also paid the price, where that one-line CLP, resolution is followed blindly and loyally at that. Would you think this was the first time that what has happened?
No, I totally believe I think as Congress, disciplined Congress workers, with our faith and loyalty in the Congress party and the High Command, there has always been a resolution, a one-liner. It has been in 98, it has been in 2008, it has been in 18. Again, what happened at Fairmont Hotel in 2020. Whatever decisions the High Command has taken, and I believe that's a culture in Congress in pan-India, not only Rajasthan. Everybody abides by whatever decision is taken by Congress president. And if somebody like Shanti Dhariwal gets up in a meeting and says, High Command cannot do this, or can High Command do it? I believe we're not spineless legislators. As congressmen, we're not spineless. We are going to condemn, and we will not let High Command be questioned in this fashion at all.
Is there now, because now, my last two questions to you, Divya. Is there now a sense by certain group of the MLAs to get together and vocally come out and stand against what at least some of you feel is bullying by the cabinet?
Well, I don't know if there's a group of people who said they were doing. Individual people are coming out. But the one thing that the media didn't cover that night is, but there were a big number of group of MLAs who, other than the Sachin Pilot camp, who were part of the 102 with Mr. Gehlot in the hotel, who were there at the CMR. And also look at the other fact. The Chief Minister himself went to the hotel where the observers were. And he brought the observers back to his residence to take a part and to lead the CLP meeting. There's certainly something that has gone wrong on the part of Mr. Dhariwal and the Chief Whip, Mahesh Joshi. There is no two ways about it.
Final question, Divya. The fact is, you're going into elections in the next 1 year. Would this be a united Congress? Because what looks like right now, you're offering Rajasthan on a platter to Bharatiya Janata Party.
We've got senior leaders. We've got Mr. Gehlot, who's a very, very seasoned leader. We've got the top brass in Delhi, the observers, and everybody will intervene. And I do believe that whatever damage has been caused by one or two people who've created the situation will be taken care of, and we're going to stand with a united face.
All right, Divya, we're having a bit of a problem with your audio, but thank you for joining us. I know you wanted to speak out. You rarely do, but thank you. Thank you, Divya, for joining us. I want to now, once again, viewers, cut across to that news break. Thank you, Divya. Okay, I want to cut across to Supriya Bhardwaj, who's breaking more news coming in for the Congress. Supriya, over to you.
Well, Preeti, first and foremost, this report has been sent to Congress President via email. At the same time, A.K. Antony has been summoned to Delhi. He's flying right now to Delhi. He'll be landing at Delhi airport around 10 p.m. and tomorrow morning there is going to be a meeting between him and Congress President. Apart from other issues that will be discussed, we are hearing is that Mr. Antony, who heads the disciplinary committee of the Congress party, will be coming out with some actions against 3 particular MLAs and some more. Well, at the same time also here Bharat Jodo Yatra is going on. And you can see Rahul Gandhi along with a lot of leaders who are actually walking in the Malappuram district. Tomorrow the Yatra enters into Wayanad. K.C. Venugopal was sent from here. The minute the Rajasthan saga broke, and we saw as to how that Rahul Gandhi stepped in along with his lieutenants, had a long discussion. A formula was forced. Both Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Ajay Makan were asked to return to Delhi. K.C. Venugopal went from here. Kamal Nath was roped in. And then also what we are hearing is that the message from the High Command was very stern, following which we saw that the Gehlot camp actually taking a U-turn, a lot of MLAs coming back, and what we are seeing is they are saying that we are not against High Command, we are against the Sachin Pilot. So that happened. Now in that report, Preeti, the information is that Ashok Gehlot in a way has been given a clean sheet. That report, which is 9-page long, tells the entire detail fashion, tells the entire how the incident happened and what exactly happened in Jaipur to the Congress President. And so nowhere a direct allegation has been made against Ashok Gehlot. It was the sources that are informing us. They're also saying that there were MLAs who were involved and the action will be taken against them. So as far as the president's election is concerned, the game is still open, and by 29th and 30th we'll know who all are going to contest. One name that is confirmed is Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who's going to file the nomination September 30th.
Appreciate you joining us. Right, okay. Thanks, Supriya, for joining us with the details of this 9-page report. Ashok Gehlot might have been given a clean sheet, but is it limited to just a clean sheet on paper? Because his trusted lieutenants, or lieutenants rather, viewers, would be served a show cause notice and a disciplinary action soon would follow, is what we are getting to understand. I want to immediately cut across. Lots of reactions coming in. Joining me is also Pradyut Kishore Dev Barman, Tripura Royal Scion and Chairman of the Indigenous Progressive Regional Alliance. Pradyut, appreciate you taking the time out. I just want to ask you two questions, Pradyut. For somebody who was with the Congress, who's now sitting back in Tripura, watching this drama unfold, what do you see?
I see something which people have probably forgotten to mention. When Rahul Gandhi stepped down in 2019 as Congress president, he wrote a long letter and he also accused the chief ministers of two states, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, of actually pushing more for their sons to win the election rather than concentrating in the party. Mr. Ashok Gehlot has been the chief minister for 2 terms, and he has filed, or we were hearing that he would file for the Congress president elections. One thing very clear, Preeti, is that when a captain is more concerned about his own wicket rather than the well-being of the team, then the team is in big trouble. And what we have seen from Ashok Gehlot is a person who is not even at this age willing to allow.
Try and reconnect in just about 10 seconds, but I want to ask you, Pradyut, do you see this classic Congress, because you have paid the price as well, but this situation may be slightly different with the old guard refusing to let the new guard come in, but many would also say that the old guard is more deserving than the new guard.
Old guard wants to continue doing politics, then they can create Congress O as it was before. But let me tell you that once I left the Congress, I was free to make my own choices, and I think I've been highly successful after I've left the Congress. It's very sad that this country, which is one of the youngest nations in the world, is still depending on people who joined the party in the 60s and 70s, and they still think that they can connect with the youth. Let's not forget, Sachin Pilot got Congress to power in 2018. After he lost the Lok Sabha election, he went back and he worked very hard. So let's give people their due credit. And if Sachin has to wait till he becomes Gehlot's age, then it is something very sad for a democratic country like ours.
All right. Pradyut, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it for taking out the time. I'm going to go into a quick break. When we return, viewers, we have with us live and exclusive Pratap Singh Kachariawal. He's one of the only MLAs and cabinet ministers of Ashok Gehlot who's still talking. He held a press conference a short while ago. He's now going to join Ashok Gehlot in this impromptu cabinet meet. He's going to be joining us live. A quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing, and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now, and that was it. After that, it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me, with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
There's lots going on. I'm going to be connected right now, just about 2 minutes from now, to Pratap Singh Khachrewas. He is one of the cabinet ministers and the MLAs loyal to Gehlot. And right now, just about leaving for Ashok Gehlot's residence. He'll be joining us live. But before that, I'll cut across to Sanju Verma from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Sanju, the BJP would be sitting back with a bag of popcorns and rubbing their hands in glee.
You know, Preeti, I heard that interview of yours with Divya, and I know you asked her if Rajasthan is being offered on a golden platter to the BJP, and she said that the Congress will put up a united front and a united fight. Well, hats off to their spirit, and hats off to the spirit of some of their MLAs who are clearly defending the indefensible. I just have this to say, you know, who becomes the Congress party's next president is their internal matter. Who becomes the next chief minister of, Rajasthan, that obviously affects a whole lot of stakeholders. I have this to say, Preeti, I am quite flummoxed that the Congress party actually chose, you know, this time in the middle of Bharat Jodo Yatra to foist a party election on a whole host of its delegates. It clearly shows bad timing. Point number two, the fact that they've decided to give a clean chit, which is what I saw on your channel, to Ashok Gehlot. But apparently they will take penal action against 3 or 4 loyalists from the Gehlot camp. It clearly shows that while Sonia Gandhi has given in to the bullying by the Gehlot camp, I use the word bullying for want of a better word, the fact is she's not going to let them go scot-free. So there is this play good cop, bad cop, and take penal action against some of his lesser known loyalists so that you send out a clear message. But the larger point is, look at the Congress. The only 2 states where it is standalone in power today are Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. And look at the mess that they have made. And I tell you, Preeti, Chhattisgarh may be next in queue, because we also know of this simmering fight between T.S. Singhdeo and Bhupesh Baghel. That's not lost on anyone. And I also want to say one more thing, that this is Redux Punjab 2.0. We have to see who is going to be the Channi of Rajasthan, because we clearly know that they've made almost an Amrinder Singh out of Ashok Gehlot. You know, so the fact is that loyalty does not matter in Congress.
Sanju, I'll ask you one more question before I let you go. Right.
Yeah.
Sanju, I'll ask you one more question before I let you go. Pratap Singh Khachrewas, now the Gehlot faction held a press conference and said that if Sachin Pilot becomes the chief minister, it is the BJP's bidding.
Preeti, this rumor, about Sachin Pilot, being propped up by the BJP and part of BJP's Team B. I have been hearing these rumors since 2020 when the fracas between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot came out in the open. I just want to say one thing. Has the Gehlot dispensation covered itself in glory? No. Be it the Jodhpur riots, the Jalori Gate riots, the recent lumpy virus cases, the Alwar gang rape, or allowing PFI to conduct a so-called peace rally on the 17th of February this year, be it one of the few states which had the highest vaccine wastage at the height of COVID second wave, Ashok Gehlot has not covered himself in glory. So if the BJP wins, it will be because of its own internal strengths. We always play to our strengths. We don't play to the weaknesses of the other party. But if the Congress is falling apart, good for us. And as I always say,
Sanju, right now the Congress is also playing to your strengths. Well, the Congress, the Congress, Sanju, is also playing to your strengths right now. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to let this go. Thank you for taking out this. Well, thank you for taking out the 5 minutes, because we're going to move on and cut across right now to Pratap Singh Khachrewas, who's joining me from Jaipur. He's just about to leave for Ashok Gehlot's residence. He held a press conference. He's the only MLA who's actually talking right now. You can't hear anything from Shanti Dhariwal, who held that massive meet of the MLAs, the unofficial CLP is what we call it here in Jaipur. But Khachrewas sahab, abhi aapne jo press conference की, जो कल की थी, उसमें बहुत अंतर है. कल जो सारे विधायक थे बहुत गुस्सा थे, अपना मत जताना चाह रहे थे. आज आपने बोला, देखिए हमने गुस्से में रिजाइन कर दिया है. अगर ऑब्जर्वर्स 2 दिन और रहते तो सब मामला बैठ जाता. तो खचरेवास साहब, अगर ऑब्जर्वर्स 2 दिन और रहते, अगर अजय माकन जी, खड़गे जी 2 दिन और रहते तो सब सुलझ जाता. कि आप लोग मान लेते बात?
मैं ऑब्जर्वर हमारे परिवार में है, हमारे परिवार के सदस्य, हमारे नेता हैं, सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर हैं अजय माकन जी और खड़गे साहब। मैं ये तो नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि मैं राजस्थान में जब से पॉलिटिक्स में, मेरा मानना है कि वो 2-3 दिन रुकते तो नवरात्रों में जो विधायक चले गए तो आ जाते और सेटल आउट हो सकता था।
तो चलिए, खचरेवाल साहब, ऑब्जर्वर्स को तो फिर रहना चाहिए था। अब आप मानते हैं, क्योंकि कल तक तो था कि हाई कमांड को हम दिखाएंगे कि हमारा मत क्या है, और उन्होंने हमारी बात नहीं सुनी। अब लाइन आ गई है, कह रहे हैं कि विधायक लाइन पे आ रहे हैं धीरे धीरे। आपने अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि देखिए, हम गुस्से में थे, हमने गलती से रिजाइन किया है, पर हमें गुस्सा बहुत था, तो गुस्से में किया है, करना नहीं चाह रहे थे।
गुस्सा इसलिए था कि 34 दिन तक ये विधायक उस वक्त होटलों में बैठे रहे और गवर्नर साहब के यहाँ तो एक दिन 8 घंटे तक बिना पानी के, बिना रोटी के बैठे रहे। बाद में अलाउड किया गया, खुद चीफ मिनिस्टर जमीन पर बैठे थे और उस दिन तय हो गया था कि सरकार भंग हो रही है। तो बहुत लड़ाइयाँ लड़ी गई उस वक्त। विधानसभा का सत्र गवर्नर साहब ने नहीं बुलाया, मानेसर लोग चले गए थे, बीजेपी के अमित शाह जी के साथ मीटिंगें हो गई थी। तो वो रिएक्शन इस बात का है कि जब एक तरफ बहुमत है, 102 MLAs है, और उस वक्त चीफ मिनिस्टर अशोक गहलोत जी ने कहा था मैं तुम्हारा अभिभावक हूं, तुम मेरा साथ दो, इस वक्त सरकार बचानी है। हमारा जो कैंप था वो सोनिया गांधी जी का कैंप था, राहुल गांधी जी का कैंप था, जिसमें वेणुगोपाल जी, रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी और अजय माकन जी खुद बैठे हुए थे 34 दिन तक। जब वापस आ रहे थे ये लोग, तब जैसलमेर में बड़ा हंगामा हो गया था, MLAs ने मना कर दिया था वापस लेने के लिए। तब भी चीफ मिनिस्टर ने कहा था मैं तुम्हारा अभिभावक हूँ, ये माकन साहब, रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी जिम्मेदारी ले रहे हैं, तुम्हारे हक पहले माने जाएंगे। ये वास्तविकता है। आप चाहेंगे तो ऐसे वीडियो यदि होंगे तो मैं मंगवा लूंगा, जिसमें कितना हंगामा हुआ, कैसे इन्होंने सेटल आउट किया हो।
खचरेवाल साहब, तो मतलब गुस्से में रिजाइन कर दिया, इसीलिए गुस्सा आ रहा था। पर किस लिए गुस्सा आ रहा था? क्योंकि ऐसा तो नहीं था कि आपको जो ऑब्जर्वर्स है CLP के पहले बता दिया गया था कि देखिए आपके अगले नेता होंगे सचिन पायलट। तो क्या कंफ्यूजन हो गया था CM का नाम लेकर कि आप लोगों ने मान लिया था कि सचिन पायलट ही बनाएंगे?
मान कर चलिए, भगवान करे कंफ्यूजन हो, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा रिएक्शन हमारे MLAs का, ये हमारे एक परिवार का मामला है। एक एक विधायक सोनिया गांधी जी को, राहुल गांधी जी को, अशोक गहलोत जी को अपना नेता मानता है। कोई भी कांग्रेस परिवार के खिलाफ नहीं है, सब लोग कांग्रेस परिवार के साथ है। सोनिया गांधी जी जब भी आह्वान करेगी तब अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाकर मोदी सरकार से, बीजेपी सरकार से लड़ने के लिए अपना खून पसीना सड़क पर बहाने के लिए तैयार है। कोई इस बात की परवाह नहीं करता कि रिजल्ट क्या होगा। दिल्ली तक में लाठी खाते हैं, हम गिरफ्तारियां देते हैं, यही विधायक तुरंत पहुंचते हैं, ED, इनकम टैक्स, CBI से लड़ते हैं, महंगाई बेरोजगारी के विरुद्ध लड़ते हैं। जब पार्टी आह्वान करती है 50-50 हज़ार लोग लेकर हम दिल्ली में जाते हैं। राजस्थान में कांग्रेस मजबूत है और हम इस बात के लिए तो पूरा देश सोनिया गांधी जी का सम्मान करता है। राइट टू इन्फॉर्मेशन, राइट टू फूड, राइट टू वर्क, राइट टू एजुकेशन, किसने दिया? ये UPA की चेयरपर्सन सोनिया गांधी जी और मनमोहन सिंह जी प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा दी गई।
पर खचरेवाल साहब, आपने, अब बात ये आ गई है ना कि आपने तो सम्मान की जगह ही नहीं छोड़ी, क्योंकि बातचीत कहाँ हुई? आपने ऑब्जर्वर से बात तो नहीं की। वो तो कह रहे हैं बेचारे वो 3 बजे रात तक बैठे रहे, हम भी थे। आप लोग बड़े गुस्से से गए CP जोशी के घर, उन्हें कह रहे हैं आपने अपना रेजिग्नेशन थमा दिया, बाहर अपनी अपनी गाड़ी में आपने घर निकल गए। जो 2 ऑब्जर्वर थे वो तो बोलते रहे भैया आके बात तो करो। तो मतलब रेजिग्नेशन तो बातचीत से पहले ही हो गया ना सर?
आपको मैं बता दूं, हम लोग उस दिन तनोट माता जी के यहाँ गए, वहाँ से वापस आए। चीफ मिनिस्टर ने डोटासरा जी, हमारे PCC प्रेसिडेंट, उनसे और मुझे कहा कि आप जाइए, खड़गे साहब और माकन साहब से मिलकर उनको लेके उधर आ जाइए। और जब हम वहाँ पहुँचे तो डोटासरा जी बाहर चले गए, मैं और माकन साहब बात कर रहे थे। माकन साहब ने मेरी खड़गे साहब से मुलाकात करवाई, क्योंकि मैं कभी उनसे मिला ही नहीं था। तो माकन साहब ने कहा प्रताप सिंह जी आप जाकर धारीवाल जी को ले आओ, वहाँ MLA इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं। मैं वहाँ गया तो 50 से ज़्यादा MLA इकट्ठे हो गए थे। पहले सूचना थी 20-25 की, और जब मैं वहाँ 1-1.5 घंटे रुका तो 92 MLA वहाँ इकट्ठे हो चुके थे। बड़ा रिएक्शन था कि ये धारीवाल जी संसदीय कार्य मंत्री है, मुख्य सचेतक महेश जोशी जी हैं, और सबका एक ही कहना था कि मुख्यमंत्री, मेरे को तक पकड़ लिया, मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ गए थे, अचानक मीटिंग क्यों बुलाई? लोगों में ये चर्चा है कि मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं, नया मुख्यमंत्री बन रहा है। तो ये जो माहौल बना, उसके बाद हम जाके गए और MLAs का एक प्रस्ताव लिया। 3 डिमांड थी उनकी। तो मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी वहीं बैठे थे, उन्होंने मना कर दिया, बोले 2 डिमांड तो हटा दो। एक ही डिमांड पूरी हो सकती है कि भाई मीटिंग में रिजोल्यूशन होगा, और आपकी जो डिमांड है, माकन साहब ने कहा मैं खुद मैडम को वर्बली मेरे मुंह से आपका पक्ष रख के बता दूंगा। हमने कहा ठीक है, यदि ऐसे हो सकता है तो वैसे। उसके बाद वो दिल्ली चले गए। सुबह हमें जो पता चला, मैंने सुना TV पे, वो कह रहे थे कि कोई अध्यक्ष ऐसे बनकर कैसे रिएक्शन दे सकता है। मैं मानता हूँ कि मेरे परिवार का मामला है। माकन साहब हमारे नेता हैं, हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, वो हमारा संघर्ष, हमारा काम जानते हैं।
खचरेवास जी, आप कह रहे हैं कि माकन जी आपके भाई के जैसे हैं। आपने जो कल की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस थी उसमें आपने बोला, देखिए शांति धारीवाल जी मेरे पिता समान हैं। अब शांति धारीवाल जी ने, जो आपके कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर हैं, आपके पिता समान है, कल बोला कि माकन जी आखिर पैरवी कर रहे थे सचिन पायलट की, और जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी हैं वो राजस्थान का सही नहीं चाह रहे। तो शांति धारीवाल जी की बात माने कि आपकी बात माने?
भाई तो धारीवाल जी के भी हैं वो, और धारीवाल जी हमारे नेता है माकन साहब, लेकिन ये तय मानना, धारीवाल जी ने यदि कोई मुद्दे उठाए हैं, आज तक विधानसभा में भी कोई मुद्दे उठाते हैं तो उनका एक महत्व है। वो संसदीय कार्य मंत्री है, बहुत सीनियर, मैं उनके सामने बच्चा हूँ, और मुझे लगता है उनका बेटा भी मेरे से बड़ा होगा उम्र में, इसलिए धारीवाल जी की किसी बात पे मैं जवाब देते हुए अच्छे नहीं लगता।
चलिए आप धारीवाल जी के खिलाफ कुछ नहीं बोलना चाह रहे, पर बात तो ये है ना, आपने, जैसे आपके मुताबिक आंकड़ा क्या है कि 92 MLAs ने इस्तीफा दे दिया है। अब ये बताइए, इसको इंडिसिप्लिन नहीं कहेंगे तो क्या कहेंगे? कल बीजेपी फ्लोर टेस्ट मांगे तो क्या कांग्रेस की क्या रह जाएगी?
आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, बीजेपी यदि फ्लोर टेस्ट मांगती है, लेकिन बीजेपी तो खुद बेईमान है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राजस्थान की लीडरशिप इतनी बेईमान है। महंगाई हो जाए नहीं बोलते, आटे दाल चावल पर टैक्स लग गया, पेट्रोल डीजल महंगा हो गया, उनको कोई मतलब नहीं है कि मोदी सरकार तो कुछ भी करती नहीं है, और सिर्फ धर्म के नाम पर दंगे कराने में बीजेपी आगे है। राजस्थान में दंगे कराकर वोट लेना चाहती है बीजेपी। ना तो फ्लोर टेस्ट मांगने वाली है, ना और कुछ करने वाली है। बीजेपी को तो अपना एजेंडा फिक्स है, वो सरकार गिराने की कोशिश करेगी तो फ्लोर टेस्ट मांगेगी, लेकिन अभी उनकी तैयारी चल रही है। ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, CBI राजस्थान में बैठे, पहले भी उन्होंने कोशिश की थी, और उनका अटेम्प्ट जब पूरा होने लगेगा तब वो आएंगे मैदान में। लेकिन यहाँ एक और आदमी बैठा है जिसका नाम अशोक गहलोत है, उससे वो बड़े घबराते हैं। वो जानते हैं कि खिलाड़ी है, ये निपटा देंगे।
सर एक बात बताइए, अगर अशोक गहलोत जी से इतने घबराते हैं, गहलोत जी को जो जादूगर कहा जाता है, उन्होंने इतनी सरकारें जोड़ी हैं, तोड़ी हैं, उनको पहले ही पता चल गया था कि एक बगावत हो रही थी सचिन पायलट ने जो तय की थी, क्या उनको इतना भी नहीं पता कि उनके लॉयलिस्ट MLAs खुद ही बगावत पे उतर आए थे? उनको कोई भी जानकारी नहीं थी? क्योंकि अगर ये बात है तो फिर एक तो बड़ी तौहीन है सर अशोक गहलोत की पूरी लेगेसी पे।
एक बात मैडम आप ध्यान रखना, अशोक गहलोत जी के साथ उस दिन मैं तनोट माता जी के मंदिर में था, वहाँ फ़ोन पकड़ता नहीं है, रात को भी मैं उनसे मिला था। ना अशोक गहलोत जी को पता, ना मेरे को। MLA जाने वाले थे मुख्यमंत्री निवास, कुछ MLAs बात करके ग्रुप बना के वहाँ पहुँच गए। MLA, मैं भी MLA हूँ, वो भी MLA, इतना समझते हैं वो भी। संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी को फ़ोन किया, 10, 15, 20 बढ़ते बढ़ते बहुत भीड़ बढ़ गई, और जो माहौल बना उसने इतना बड़ा रिएक्शन क्रिएट कर दिया। लेकिन एक ये परिवार का मामला है, जितना बखेड़ा किया गया उतने बखेड़े की जरूरत नहीं। इस वक्त राहुल गांधी कांग्रेस को मजबूत करने के लिए पदयात्रा कर रहे हैं। वो खुद ये कहते हैं जनता में जाइए, जोड़िए लोगों को। और मोदी सरकार जो भूख से मरने के लिए, गरीबी से मरने के लिए, बेरोजगारी से मरने के लिए लोगों के ऊपर जुल्म कर रही है, 2 लोगों का पैसा बढ़ रहा है, किसी को कुछ नहीं मिल रहा। राहुल गांधी की पदयात्रा की तरफ देश देख रहा है, और देश जानता है कि राहुल गांधी जी की पदयात्रा से कांग्रेस को ताकत मिल रही है। ये इतना बड़ा इशू नहीं है। हमारा परिवार, हमारा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व इस बात को समझता है, डेमोक्रेसी में नंबर गेम और लॉयलिस्ट एक भूमिका होती है। जो लॉयलिस्ट है, और जो नंबर गेम में भी 100 से ज्यादा लोग MLA एक साथ खड़े हैं, उनका कोई विचार है, तो डेमोक्रेसी बचाने के लिए राहुल गांधी जी निकले हैं।
खचरेवास जी, नंबर गेम पे ही आते हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि 90 के ऊपर MLAs आपके साथ हैं, पर खचरेवास जी बात तो ये है कि सुबह से उसी 90 में से बहुत सारे MLAs हैं, उन्होंने साफ आकर कैमरे पे बोला है कि देखिए हमको पता ही नहीं उस दिन क्या हो गया, और हम हाई कमांड के साथ हैं, और चाहे वो सचिन पायलट को बनाए, किसी को भी बनाए, हम हाई कमांड के साथ हैं। पिछले 1 घंटे में 4 MLA से तो मैंने ही बात कर ली है सर।
जो आपके पास 4 MLA हैं, गंगा देवी जी अभी मेरे पास यहीं पर बैठी थी। ये जो खुद MLA समझदार होता है, आप 4 MLA की बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ तो बसों में जगह नहीं थी, सब प्रेस ने देखा, आपके उस पर भी चल रहा है, इसलिए ये वास्तविकता है। कभी MLA ऐसे पकड़ कर नहीं लाए जाते। 100 MLA, 92 MLA थे उस दिन, और ऐसे पकड़कर हम इकट्ठा कर सकते हैं। 4 MLA ने टीवी पे बोल दिया कि हम आला कमान के साथ तो सभी हैं, उसको हम ध्यान दे रहे हैं। हम ये नहीं देख रहे कि एक साथ कितने MLA थे। तो संख्या में तो आप खुद जानते हो संख्या बल कहाँ पर है, पूरा देश जानता है।
कचरेवास जी, आपके जो बड़े भाई जो आप कहते हैं, अजय माकन ने बोला है कि देखिए हमने उनको ये बोला कि आप एक एक करके आके अपना प्रस्ताव रखिए, हम आपकी मानेंगे। और आप सारे एकजुट एमएलए थे, आप ही से बात हुई थी मेरी उस रात को भी, और आपने बोला था कि नहीं हम एक जुट में जाएंगे, कि एक ग्रुप करके जाएंगे, एक एक नहीं जाएंगे। तो अब आपने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसमें बोला है कि देखिए हम एक एक जाने के लिए भी तैयार हैं, तो ये भी क्लाइम डाउन है। अगर ऑब्जर्वर फिर आते हैं तो आप जाएंगे क्या एक एक करके बताएंगे, अभी भी बोलेंगे कि हम एक ग्रुप में ही जाएंगे?
माकन साहब को विधायक दल के चुने हुए नेता सोनिया गांधी जी को नेता मानते हैं। अशोक गहलोत जी, हम भी सब की नेता सोनिया गांधी जी। अशोक गहलोत जी से माकन साहब बात करें और विधायक दल के नेता से बात करके डेट डिसाइड करें, बाकायदा सबको लेटर जाए, 1-to-1 एक साथ मीटिंग सब हो जाएगी। विधायक दल के नेता, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, मुख्य सचेतक और संसदीय कार्य मंत्री, प्रभारी, उन सब के नेता हैं, बात करेंगे तो हो जाएगा सब।
कचरेवास साहब बहुत लोग कहेंगे कि आप बदल गए हैं, कल से जो तेवर थे वो थोड़े कम हो गए हैं, अब के वापस आए, बात करें, हमसे गलती हो गई, हमने रिजाइन थोड़े गुस्से में कर दिया। माकन साहब भी सही हैं, पर सुनने में ये आया है कि अब जो परसेप्शन बन रहा है वो थोड़ा अगेंस्ट जा रहा है, तो इसीलिए ये क्लाइम डाउन हुआ है। और जो अशोक गहलोत जी हैं उन्होंने भी सोनिया गांधी से फोन उठाकर माफी मांगी है। सर
देखिए, मेरा ये मानना है अशोक गहलोत जी बहुत सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर हैं, सोनिया गांधी जी के बड़े विश्वास पात्र हैं, और सोनिया गांधी जी भरोसा करती है, देश का कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता उन पर भरोसा करता है। निश्चित रूप से उन्होंने बात की होगी, लेकिन मेरी जानकारी में नहीं है।
प्रताप सिंह खजरेवास जी, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमसे जुड़े, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप बैठे, क्योंकि अभी आपको बस जाना है अशोक गहलोत की जो मीटिंग है, अनऑफिशियल मीटिंग है, उसमें जाना है। सुना है कि चिट्ठी आएगी डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन की, अब उस पर तय होगा। जो मीटिंग में आप जा रहे हैं उसके बाद बात होगी। सर बहुत शुक्रिया आप हमसे जुड़े। व्यूअर्स, कंटिन्यूस कवरेज ऑन व्हाट्स गोइंग डाउन इन राजस्थान। यू नो, वन थिंग इज फॉर श्योर विद व्हाट यू सॉ, देयर हैज बीन अ कंसिडरेबल क्लाइम डाउन of the Gehlot camp on what it said yesterday and what has gone down today. They do understand that the scale's really not in their favor right now, tipping possibly in favor of Sachin Pilot, who seems to be the aggrieved party. He's not saying anything yet though. The numbers though lie with Gehlot. What from here on? Keep watching India Today. Up next is News Track with Rahul Kaval.
We note India and Brazil in particular as key international actors and worthy candidates for permanent membership within the Council. Great potential is possessed by such organizations as the Non-Aligned Movement, BRICS, SCO, and ASEAN. The United States now have the goal of subjugating the Asian areas. At the June summit of NATO in Madrid, the self-proclaimed defensive alliance declared the indivisible security of Euro-Atlantic and India and Pacific. And under the slogan of India-Pacific strategies, closed formats are being created, and they undermine what has been built under the ASEAN for decades, namely an open and inclusive regional architecture. Strict abiding with universal norms of international law to counterbalance unilateral approaches, and we call upon everyone to join in.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Feeling safe and secure is important to all of us out there, right? Well, the Global Peace Index ranks the safest countries in the world to reside in. Let's find out which are the top 5 safest countries in the world. Iceland. Iceland is the safest country globally for the 13th year in a row. Iceland has a population of 340,000. It also has a low level of crime attributed to its high standard of living, strong social attitudes against crime, and a lack of tension between social and economic classes. Here's a surprising fact: Iceland doesn't have an army, and the police do not carry firearms. The country's laws guarantee equality, same-sex marriages, adoptions, religious freedom, and equal pay for men and women. New Zealand. Like Iceland, New Zealand is a safe space for people to reside in. But due to the terror attacks on 2 mosques back in 2019, its score has slightly decreased. New Zealand laws prevent abuse of anyone's freedom of speech and expression. Portugal. Portugal was ranked 18th on the Peace Index. Ever since the country has made huge strides to be ranked 3rd. Portugal has armed police, but the increased police presence in the country has reduced its crime levels. In the past few years, Portugal has made an economic resurgence, decreasing its unemployment rate from 17 to under 7%.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, Aag Se Bachai. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se.
Welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. Is live proceedings of Supreme Court hearings being shown on YouTube a good idea? Will this bring much needed transparency to our court proceedings, or could this lead to much showmanship, grandstanding, and make our judicial system more dysfunctional? That big question being taken up on the news track tonight.
Now streaming Supreme Court proceedings.
Look at it from this angle. If there is a disciplinary proceeding against a member of a political party.
Landmark moment for judiciary.
You appreciate that. When I am thrown out of the party, it's not my voluntary act.
Watch court proceedings live.
Whatever happens in the political party will have no bearing on his position so far as the House is concerned.
Game changer or big concern? Top focus on News Track.
Now streaming not a Netflix show but Supreme Court proceedings right on your phone or laptop. Starting today, Constitution Bench hearings are being broadcast live. You can see and hear arguments of some of the country's most high-profile cases. Is this move going to be a game changer, or will it lead to judicial populism?
It is a landmark moment for the Indian judiciary. The Supreme Court of India commenced live streaming of its Constitution Bench proceedings on Tuesday. 3 separate 5-judge benches live streamed the hearings in 4 constitutional cases, which has allowed people from all over the country to gain access and watch arguments happening before the top court. The 3 courts took up cases ranging from the Maharashtra political crisis, where the 2 Shiv Sena factions are battling it out, to claim the title of the real Shiv Sena. To the 103rd constitutional amendment that allowed for 10% reservation for economically weaker sections. Other matters related to the long pending dispute between the Delhi government and centre over the control of services in the national capital and the petitions challenging the validity of the All India Bar examination were also taken up.
In the letter which I wrote to the court, what I did point out is that all the cases pending before the Constitutional Bench now concern the interpretation of Article 15 of the Constitution of India, which says there shall be no discrimination based on caste, sex, religion, or any one of these.
The historic move comes 4 years after former CGI Deepak Mishra had passed the landmark ruling allowing live telecast of important Supreme Court matters. CGI Mishra, while passing the order, had said sunlight is the best disinfectant. On September 20th, all the judges of the top court, in an unanimously decision, had agreed to kickstart the live streaming of Constitution Bench matters from Monday. CGI Lalit had also stated that the Supreme Court is expected to soon launch its own streaming platform for live streaming of cases. This milestone in the history of the Supreme Court has opened the metaphorical doors of the court to people across the country to watch the arguments before the highest court of the land in some of the most justiciable disputes of our time. With inputs from Law Today, Bureau Report, India Today.
So will live proceedings of Supreme Court hearings introduce greater transparency, or could they lead to more showmanship, more disruptions of the kind that we see in Parliament? A man who argues both in Parliament and in the courts is Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, 3 times Member of Parliament, well-known lawyer, joining us now on this broadcast. Dr. Singhvi, what do you make of the Supreme Court allowing, with limitations, live proceedings of what's happening in the court being shown on YouTube? Do you think this will create greater transparency, or could this potentially lead to the kind of showmanship that we see in Parliament, where whether it's a judge or it's an advocate, they're trying to score brownie points because they know that they're being watched by lakhs or potentially millions on YouTube?
Well, I'm glad at least at the beginning that you have framed the question properly and in a balanced manner and also acutely. That is the right question to ask. I think the answer to that question at the moment, fairly stated, is that the jury is out on that one. But let me share with you a few parliamentary experiences to partly agree with you in the trend you are taking. You know, before parliamentary proceedings were televised, I'm not talking of actual parliament, this question arose. But it was not asked that directly, because it was felt that the temple of democracy needs to be seen in action by those who create that temple by elections. It is in that sense a much more directly relevant thing to do to live stream parliament than even the courts, because there are elected representatives of the people. However, over time, it is clear, and a lot of people have personally told me that, look, it is sometimes important to be seen as disrupting because our constituent back home appreciates us for that, lauds us for that, and we are seen even otherwise as standing up for our rights. So that is actually a confession made to me by many people. Now let me quickly end by giving you the other example. A separate proposal later on came, Rahul, not so long ago, I believe during Mr. Hamid Ansari's earlier part of the term. Why not also extend what is already happening in Parliament by way of televising to committees? As you know, Parliament at work is actually committee at work, or committee at work is actually Parliament at work. I've had the privilege of chairing the Law Justice Committee more than 10 years ago, and recently the Home Committee, which are important 2 committees of the Parliament. And let me tell you, I oppose stoutly, and I will continue to oppose any attempt to televise the committee proceedings, because the degree of unanimity, the degree of convergence you find in committees is humongous compared to the divisiveness.
But that could change very quickly the moment live proceedings start.
I agree with you in committees. Now, just coming to the courts, it may not be an equally valid extrapolation to say that because I oppose committees and televising, I should oppose or you should oppose court televising. You see, the court is in any case a more disciplined place because there are coercive powers instantly. It's a judicial adjudicatory body, and there are contempt powers in addition. And therefore, it is not so easy to be unruly as it is in Parliament.
No, but I'll tell you what my concerns are. Let's assume you make an argument in a complex matter, and this is part of a longer flow. Somebody pulls out a 30-40 second clip of what you said and plays that out in some context, and that goes viral on YouTube. Now, you can keep saying you can't really record, you can't really circulate, but things being the way they are on social media, if it's out there, it's out there. You don't know who's recording, you don't know what they'll do with it. You can keep trying to issue him a contempt notice, but by then that clip would have gone viral. And as a lawyer or as the petitioner in that case, you may feel that you've been misquoted or that quote is distorted or that's not the full substance of what you were hoping to say. There could then be mayhem.
Therefore, Rahul, the correct answer is the jury is out. I think it's meant as a pilot project. There will be wait and watch. And the moment such instances begin to grow, the right to revoke must not be forgotten. So I think that's the important takeaway. Secondly, remember that very few contempts are what are known as contempts in the face of the court. By doing a dance or by shouting or by snatching, that normally contempt is of the other kind, civil contempt. So the number, even without televising, is limited. Number three, lawyers risk losing their licenses if anything like that happens. Litigants are far fewer inside the courtroom and they are in a more controlled position. But yes, theoretically it can happen, which is why the right of revocation after experimentation is there.
No, but now let's look at it from a judge's perspective.
Yes.
Now, judges say many things as observations.
Yes.
They don't necessarily put them in their written orders. Now, one particular quote or a line said as an observation can be used, circulated then on WhatsApp in a manner that that judge can't control. It goes viral and the judge says, but this was said in a particular context. You're completely missing what I was trying to say. And then in that local, rural or even urban context, everyone says, देखो, judge साहब ने इनके बारे में क्या बोला? Look at judge क्या बोल रहे हैं इसके बारे में देखो.
Now, I think that is the crucial point I was coming to. That's the third aspect. You know, courts have one great advantage without televising, that absolutely free, candid talk is not inhibited. You do it to elicit information. When I say something to you, I'm not saying it to be hostile to you as a judge. I'm not saying it because I have made a preconceived, premeditated decision against you. It is to elicit. And in that heated atmosphere of the dialectics of give and take, you should say things which bring out the best in the lawyer or bring out the real issue troubling the judge. Now, both for a lawyer and for a judge, playing to the gallery in certain cases is one of the risks you take with televising. Equally, however, televising can have the salubrious and salutary effect that some of the off-the-cuff comments on both sides will be reduced. So as I said, the jury is out on this one. You need to see and calibrate how it works.
You know, the one advantage I do see is when lawyers want an adjournment because they are busy elsewhere, especially the senior most advocates of our all, and then they're saying because I'm busy in another matter, that will go down because the client, everybody else watching will say, "Arey, Dr. Singhvi to aaya nahi, kya hua? Where is he?"
Therefore, I'm glad you are personalizing it so much, but it doesn't apply only to me. But let me tell you that is why there is also greater accountability.
Sure.
But the point is, I think there are pluses and minuses. At the moment, the pluses appear to outweigh. But I do believe, of course, also a larger issue. I believe that the compulsion to conform, something which I believe controls all of us much more than external censorship or external pressure. Our own inner compulsion to conform. For example, my compulsion to conform to what I think you, the media, set a standard for me. That is something to be guarded against. We have to say and do what is right, not what we think the media should think is proper. We have to, and that applies to judges and lawyers both. And I think that part has to be watched, that people don't start having a compulsion to conform, just like people don't start having a impulse to play to the gallery. This, I think, will work itself out. But let me tell you, the ultimate tool is that if this goes out of hand, the power to revoke is very easy.
And I wanted to
think
start
in
this
that
discussion
sense I
with
support
you because you wear two hats. That of a member of parliament, you see what happens around you in the Rajya Sabha, and you're arguing in the courts as well. Dr. Singhvi, for joining me on the top of the news track tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now let's zoom out and throw this debate open. We've heard from a member of parliament and advocate. I want to hear from Aryama Sundaram, senior advocate at the Supreme Court. With us also is Gopal Sankanarayanan, senior advocate in the Supreme Court. We've got Virag Gupta, he's an advocate in the Supreme Court. He's got concerns about this being telecast on YouTube. And we've got Deepika Kinhal. She is a senior fellow, leads judicial reforms work at the Vidhi Legal Center. So she actually researches judicial reform. Let's go across to Aryama Sundaram now on the issue of whether this is a good idea or is this a dangerous path that we've taken? Could this lead to grandstanding, showmanship of the kind that we see in Parliament, making judicial proceedings even more dysfunctional than they are at this moment? Or do you think this will throw the light of disinfection on what goes on inside those hallowed halls?
Rahul, you've asked me several questions in one, but let me just try to summarize it very easily. You see, the hallmark of a democracy is transparency and accountability. The basis of a democracy are what we call the various pillars of democracy, which is the judiciary, legislative, executive. Now, the fact of the matter is that judicial proceedings ought to be transparent, ought to be open. We go back thousands of years, right at the time of the Arthashastra also. You will find that it was always said that any decision given by the king should be given in. The idea was there should be a transparency to everything, there should be an openness. Now, till now, we have kept an open court system. And let me tell you something. You know, before our security problems arose, before all these recent, in the last 20 years, the terrorism, the security, all that, the courts used to be open to the public. I know that when I used to practice in the High Court, if there was a very interesting case, there were a lot of people who thought that was an interesting case and they'd like to hear it, and they would actually come to court. And sometimes the court would be so packed, you'd have the corridors full of people to find out what was happening in court in a given case. So the fact that court proceedings are not hallowed proceedings within, closed limits when accessible only to very few people is not so. It was never so. Practically speaking, we cannot have an open court system today in that way, that because we cannot allow everybody to come in because there are a lot of barriers involved.
No, but this can lead to more grandstanding. All of this was also said when Parliament live proceedings started. The monsoon session of Parliament most recently and many other sessions have been virtual washouts because the opposition won't let the government perform or wouldn't let proceedings go on. What if the same starts happening? If you think the judge is against you...
I'm very sorry to say, Rahul.
Sir?
I'm very sorry to say, because neither the lawyers nor the courts want the court not to go on. The lawyers want the court to go on. The court wants the lawyer to go on. The lawyer is accountable to his client, who is watching all this and who also wants the case to go on. So as far as that is concerned, grandstanding is not something which is going to stop.
But you want the case to go on if you think you're winning. What if you're on a weak wicket and you think that this could go against you? Then you try and delay as much as possible the proceedings in the court, which you could try in any case, even if it's not being telecast.
Exactly. It would be done anyway. Either way, it would be done this way. It will become open to the whole public if you're doing something like that, and therefore it will be more of a control on you. It will be far more of a control. Secondly, let me tell you, you talk about grandstanding. Let me tell you that again, I go back in time. There used to be crowds and crowds and crowds in court for a case, let's say the late Chief Minister MDR's election being challenged. You had no room in the High Court. You had no room within the court. There must have been about 300 people within the court, public. You think the lawyers then did not know that they were being watched? And if that was going to affect them, you think that would not have had its effect? But that does not mean anything. A lawyer is there to try to put his point across and succeed.
No, what about the concern that you say something in court, one short part of that then is accepted by some mischief maker and then it starts viraling? It's not the full context of what you were trying to say. It's only a part, that clip is distorted.
Find the fault in them. Find the fault in them. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Don't find the fault in the system. There is always a rule, there is always a system, there is always something. Somebody or the other will breach it. Somebody or the other will misuse it. But because someone could misuse it, it's not that you don't bring it in and you throw it out. In that case, every law which is made, we know the law could be misused. Does that mean we throw the law out? Not at all. And let me tell you this, the lawyer wants to succeed in this case, the client wants him to succeed in this case, and if the client feels that he's busy grandstanding and hurting his case, the client is going to be very upset with him. So
there are some cases where precedent has been that you don't show the face of the judge because the life of the judge could be in danger because it's a sensitive case. So far, proceedings for such cases aren't allowed. If going forward they are, does that then put extra pressure on the judge? A case like Ayodhya, say 370, take any big constitutional matter. Now that judge is otherwise, you know his name, but you don't really know his face, you don't see how he talks. Suddenly, his body language is being analyzed, people are psychoanalyzing every word that he says. Does that then put that much more pressure on the judge, who should be purely dispassionate, unmindful of anything outside the courtroom?
I have a very simple answer. If a person takes charge of a constitutional office, like a judge of a high court, and certainly of a judge of a Supreme Court, he is not going to be sitting and worried about either what Mr. So-and-so is going to say or whether there is going to be a danger to him if he gives a certain judgment, because that is the judgment the Constitution demands, his conscience demands. And I personally do not believe that any judge who occupies that office, that constitutional office, is going to be scared of something like that.
But that's in an ideal world, sir. Everyone is a human being at the end of the day. Even now, when judicial proceedings aren't live telecast, we know very often judges watch, and when we speak to them and the opportunity comes, you know, they talk about whatever happened in a particular debate. So it is 100% known that they're watching. Now, when they are being seen, that does, in effect, put extra pressure on them. Now, you can deny it, but everybody is a human being at the end of the day. He wasn't being heard earlier. Now he knows the whole nation is actually watching him.
Maybe I'm a believer, maybe I'm an optimist, but I believe a judge's shoulders are broad enough to be able to withstand it. And I believe that so far as a lawyer is concerned, he's not going to grandstand at the expense of his client. He's not going to do something which is going to hurt his case. So yes, there may be lines said, observations made, which will be misquoted. But like I said, because of that, you don't throw out the system. You don't throw out the baby with the bathwater just because some people could misuse it.
Okay, I'll leave it there with you. Arima Sundaram for joining me on the news track. Thank you very much. I want to go across to Virag Gupta and understand from him his concerns. We've heard Dr. Singhvi say the jury is out. Arima Sundaram laying out a strong case for why you must give this a shot and deal with the miscreants. Don't dismiss the system. What are your big concerns?
Rahul, there are three aspects and you have discussed about the first aspect, that is misuse. Now misuse inside the court, and I think that for that judges are capable enough to handle any type of indiscipline. Second is outside the court, and that is in the social media, fake news or whatsoever may be. And the problem is judges only write their judgments and they can't defend themselves. So I think that once Supreme Court is in social media through live streaming, so they will have to make some sort of mechanism to stop fake news or to clarify so that there is no undue interference in the administration of justice. Now the second aspect is what is the purpose of this live streaming, and third aspect is what should be the process. Now the purpose is, as per the Constitution, there is one Article 19 which gives the power to the general public to be informed. So what we are seeing today in the Supreme Court, that fulfills that aspect of Article 19, that people should know and they should be legally aware, because constitutional bench proceedings are giving some sort of awareness. Otherwise also, before these live streaming, there was system of digital hearing by which most of the Supreme Court clients and lawyers were able to see the proceedings, so nothing big is there. Regarding
no, but once again, when you said so casually that judges, one second, sir, Virat, when you said so casually that judges will have to find a way of being able to deal with fake news, that's a global menace. Nobody's been able to find the problem. Now, just because court proceedings are being live streamed doesn't mean judges will be able to find a way of fighting fake news.
No, what happened that some partial clipping is circulated, or their oral observations, even they are complained with the print media also that their oral comments are being misused. So for that purpose, till now, there is no social media formal platform or any segment in the Supreme Court or in the judiciary where they
or this is yet to be ordered. So I'm not going into those aspects. I'm more interested to tell you about other two aspects.
Okay. Gopal Shankar Narayanan, here are some concerns. Even when the media quotes parts of what the judges say, judges very frequently complain about being misquoted or partially quoted. Now you have a situation where that clip is freely visible on social media. You can try and pull it back, but as you know, with things on social media, that is a very tough ask. That clip goes viral, and the judge, as Veera Gupta says, can't defend himself. What happens then?
Thanks, Rahul, for having me. I think we must look at this from the fact that the judges of the Supreme Court unanimously sat and agreed to have this broadcast. So I think they are well aware of the risks. They would have discussed all these aspects, and we have to trust them to be able to figure out how to handle it. I think somebody said earlier that the judges' shoulders are broad enough, and they are broad enough. The fact that something can be manipulated or certain clips can be put out is not a reason to avert what is ideal in the interests of the open court system and accountability and transparency. Because if that was so, then most TV channels would have to wrap up, because you could have people choosing clips of what Rahul, for example, you're saying on an evening show. I'm sure stuff like that has happened in the past, where it's misinterpreted, misused, deliberately and maliciously. But that can't really be the test. We can't look at the margins. As far as the judges making a comment or reacting to media reports, judges are human beings like the rest of us. And I think both the media as well as those at the bar and the bench have all got to realize that, look, when you're broadcasting something and it's coming from the Supreme Court, there's a sense that that would be a modicum of decorum. There would be a certain expectation that there's a high standard that you have to project. And I'm trusting that both the bar and the bench will accord to that. In fact, I look forward to the fact that there will be a course correction for many lawyers and some judges who need to correct the errors of their ways when they are reporting themselves.
Deepika Kinal, since you research judicial reforms,
being a check on that.
How has the experience been globally? In the United States, audio recordings were allowed in 1955. Australia has some live and delayed broadcasting. Multiple rules are given for that. In Brazil, live audio video broadcast started in 2002. In Canada, South Africa, United Kingdom, different countries, different systems. What are the learnings internationally which India should really be looking at very carefully?
Sure. First of all, I echo my co-panelist's sentiment that this is an overall positive development where the actual benefits far outweigh the imaginary concerns. And I call them imaginary because we have already tried and tested this particular aspect of live streaming of court proceedings very much here in India. 6 high courts across the country have been live streaming their proceedings for the last 1 year. And the impact has overall been positive. And as you rightly said, several other jurisdictions have been live streaming their proceedings for decades now. And no such concern has truly taken root because overall live streaming comes from the principle of open courts that all judiciaries adhere to. And this open courts principle is enshrined in our statute, and it can be traced back to the Constitution, and it has been reiterated across multiple judgments of the Supreme Court. So the purpose of live streaming is it's not something that is new, something that has come into the system only now. The courts are meant to function in a transparent, open manner and ought to be accessible to public at large.
Take a sensitive case. Take say, a case where there is a communal angle or a national security angle. So far, those are outside the purview of what will be shown live, but going forward, as this becomes more and more commonplace, that could change. Take an Ayodhya judgment, for example. When a case on the Ayodhya judgment is shown live, would there be, in any case there are concerns, to what extent would those concerns be multiplied?
So this is to do with the process, right? Live streaming and open court principle is what is applicable across board. If that is the way forward, there can be exceptions carved out for cases such as the ones that you just described. In fact, draft rules of live streaming that the E-Committee of the Supreme Court released last year has a detailed list of exceptions, say for matrimonial cases or some cases involving sensitive matters such as POXO cases, or even on a case-to-case basis, the judges or the panel of judges, if it is, say, a constitution bench, can take an informed decision. And this can happen on a case-to-case basis. And even litigants themselves can apply to the court, requesting the court to not live stream their particular case, and the judge can take a call. So this is a matter of process, and I don't think concerns such as this should actually go back to affecting the overall principle itself.
You're saying that these concerns are imaginary. Give it some time, you'll find that these concerns, Deepika, are very real. These are not imaginary concerns. When a judge starts complaining that one oral observation has been picked out of context and is now viraling on social media and is being used by a certain group to make a certain point, that's a very real world consequence of what is at the outset appearing to be a good idea. But we'll see what happens.
But then the video is available, right, Rahul?
No, but nobody sees the full video. Nobody sees the full video.
But at least
the
it is
clip
there.
that goes viral is just that 30, 40, 50 seconds clip. And I say this with some experience because it happens all the time and very often isn't what someone is trying to say. But that clip then is viral in such a big way that a point has already been registered without it being the point that the speaker was actually wanting to make. And what if it's a judge who's dealing with a sensitive case at that point? But net, it brings in greater transparency. Maybe we're just being over cautious and playing the role of a Cassandra. It may not necessarily be required. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. They're very real concerns. These are imaginary concerns, very real concerns to my mind. But maybe the net advantages of lawyers having to show up, not seeking adjournment, the client saying, "Mera lawyer kahan is, send me the bill," but he's not there. So all of that to some extent does get fixed. And the judge and the lawyers know people of India are watching. So you can't just do a sideshow. Everyone then can later go back to the proceedings. So there are advantages, there are disadvantages. We had a fascinating discussion. I love this. I hope that you enjoyed it too. Let's see how this experiment actually pans out. Abhishek Singh, Vyaremar Sundaram, Gopal Shankar Narayanan, Virag Gupta, Deepika Kinhal for lighting up the news track with the power of your arguments. Thank you very much. When I come back from a quick break, is a ban looming on the popular front of India? More raids and arrests linked to the Islamist group triggers a big buzz. Details coming up on the other side.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Fun.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? 2 steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
Well, you know, cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now.
Yes.
So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
दिल चाहता है कभी ना बीते चमकीले दिन हो दिल चाहता है हम ना रहे कभी यारों के बिन दिन भर हो प्यारी बातें झूमे शामें गाए रातें मस्ती में रहे डूबा डूबा हमेशा समा हमको राहों में यूं ही मिलती रहे खुशियाँ दिल चाहता है
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The crackdown on the Popular Front of India, the PFI, intensifies as the National Investigation Agency carries out searches and arrests across the country. Do the agencies have enough to ban the radical organization? That's going to be a big talking point. Also, all the twists and turns in the Rajasthan drama. And our newsmaker tonight, one and only Jhulan Goswami, on a many splendored career as a premier woman cricketer. All that and much more on the news today.
Welcome back. You're on board the news track. Is a ban on the Popular Front of India now imminent? Massive raids and arrests signal that a bigger crackdown on the Islamist organization may be looming. From chopping the hands of a professor to inciting riots and terror funding, the dossier of charges against the PFI is mounting.
A nationwide crackdown, the second in less than a week by the NIA, other investigative agencies and state police forces. Raids in narrow alleys, clusters, hideouts, homes and offices. The operation spread across 8 states, from Assam in the northeast to Karnataka in the south, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi up north, Maharashtra and Gujarat in the west.
पीएफआई के नेटवर्क को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। पूरी प्रदेश में सतर्कता बढ़ा दी गई है। लोग सर्विलांस में हैं। हम किसी भी स्थिति में उत्तर प्रदेश में गैरकानूनी गतिविधियों को अनुमति नहीं देंगे। हम कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे। उसी के तहत लगातार कार्रवाई चल रही है।
More than 170 members and functionaries linked to the Popular Front of India taken into custody in this fresh round of raids. The most intensive of which took place in poll-bound Karnataka. At least 60 members of the PFI and its so-called political wing, the SDPI, held across a number of districts in the southern state, including some of the controversial organization's top functionaries.
ಅದು ಕೋಮ್ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಧಕ್ಕೆ ತರೋದು ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನಿದೆ ಕಿ ಬಹಳ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಕುಮ್ಮಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಚೋದನೆ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ಕೂಡ ಏನಿದೆ ಕಿ ಅವರು ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಭಂಗ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ NIA ಮತ್ತೆ ರಾಜ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ದಾಳಿ ಆಯಿತು ಆನಂತರ ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The news has tightened and a ban might be looming on the organization that calls itself a social movement, but faces a host of charges, including links with outlawed groups like Simi and Indian Mujahideen, terror funding, possessing firearms, promoting extremism and inciting unrest, and deadly assaults on political ideological adversaries. Believed to be active in more than 20 states, the Popular Front of India has large concentration in Kerala and Karnataka. The organization shot to notoriety when members linked to it chopped off the hand of a college professor, TJ Joseph, in Kerala, accusing him of insulting the Prophet in an examination. The dossier of charges against the outfit has since expanded. Over the years, a number of alleged PFI activists have been accused of carrying out murders of several workers of the RSS and other Hindu organizations in both Kerala and Karnataka. In 2014, a Kerala government affidavit in the High Court acknowledged that PFI activists were involved in at least 27 political murders, 86 murder attempts, and more than 125 cases of instigating religious tensions. Cases have been filed against PFI members for organizing terror camps in Telangana, a mob attack on a police station in Karnataka in 2020, and many more. The list is only getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has accused several other members of the outfit of money laundering. The group stands accused of involvement in the Delhi riots of 2020, instigating communal tensions during the anti-CAA protests and during protests over the Hathras gang rape case in Uttar Pradesh. The PFI and its affiliate, the SDPI, deny any wrongdoing and allege a political witch hunt. But investigating agencies insist their case against the organization has never been stronger. A nationwide ban after the nationwide crackdown could just be imminent. Bureau Report, India Today.
This entire action of investigative agencies is being called Operation Octopus, and today round 2 of this crackdown against the PFI unfolded. There were raids across 8 states with over 170 Popular Front of India members being arrested. Here's the Pan-India ground report.
At least 8 states, over 170 arrests. Another mega anti-Popular Front of India crackdown. Operation Midnight 2.0 in full swing across the country. The police swooping down on violent PFI cadre who allegedly unleashed violence, protests and petrol bomb attacks in the days gone by. After the initial NIA crackdown, Karnataka witnessed the biggest swoop down on PFI with over 75 active members arrested by the police.
More than 90 persons, they have been secured. They have been produced for the Taluka Executive Magistrate and they have been remanded to preventive custody. So these people in the past, they have the history and we have information that they have indulged in anti-social and anti-national activities. They try to foment trouble in the society.
The national capital was put on high alert after multiple raids on the Popular Front of India's strongholds in Jamia and Shaheen Bagh areas. Section 144 was imposed for 2 months and candle marches were banned. Jamia University students were warned against troublemongering.
Today, early in the morning, the paramilitary forces carried out a patrolling march to send across a message that the law enforcement agencies are actually on alert mode and any attempt to disturb law and order will not be tolerated.
Top anti-terror squad sources tell India Today that this second crackdown on the outfit was spurred by a planned attack on RSS headquarters after PFI members collected data about an RSS leader's Dashera plans. Not just that, sources say that top BJP leaders have been identified as targets by the outfit. The Popular Front of India released a poster of all its arrested top leaders, claiming a witch hunt against them by the centre. The PFI is emerging as a top internal security threat. Will the government now go ahead and ban the organisation? Bureau Report, India Today.
The Cholas are coming to the big screen ahead of the release of Mani Ratnam's epic Ponniyin Selvam. A big history debate is raging. A viral video of superstar Vikram talking about the Chola dynasty has netizens asking, was this golden chapter of India's history deliberately ignored?
In an industry that's largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amid a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest filmmakers, Mani Ratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due. And none other than superstar Chyan Vikram has voiced this in a fiery, passionate speech.
We all go to the pyramids, we go see the Leaning Tower of Pisa. We are actually appreciating a building that doesn't stand. It's falling over and wow, let's take a picture, let's take a selfie, and we're getting excited. But we have temples today that stand and they didn't use plaster.
Vikram, in this press conference in Mumbai, made some comparisons that will truly get you thinking about why we haven't celebrated the Cholas the way they ought to be.
You know what was the superpower doing then? America hadn't been discovered by Columbus till 500 years later. So think about our culture, think about how advanced we were. We need to be proud of this. It's nothing to do with North India, South India, West India, East India. It is, we are Indians and we need to feel proud about that.
The great Chola dynasty was maybe a passing mention in our textbooks, maybe a fleeting moment mentioned in our films, but hopefully that will change now with Ponniyin Selvan.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured or contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of the film knows that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers. We've preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals, perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say recently.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जब भी जिक्र आया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी। चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला, मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया, मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे।
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacy. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what's deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan 1 has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmore Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships. So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, a universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी अभी तो आए हो बहार
बन के छाई हो, हवा जरा महक तो ले, नजर जरा बहक तो ले, ये शाम ढल तो ले जरा.
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Do the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than rupees 5,000 every month, while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the two highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the two lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi 68%, and then Punjab 61%.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The crackdown on the Popular Front of India, the PFI, intensifies as the National Investigation Agency carries out searches and arrests across the country. Do the agencies have enough to ban the radical organization? That's going to be a big talking point. Also, all the twists and turns in the Rajasthan drama. And our newsmaker tonight, one and only Jhulan Goswami, on a many splendored career as a premier woman cricketer. All that and much more on the news today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance. the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination, news, newsmakers, talking points. The Gandhis and Ashok Gehlot, is a truce in the works? Or is Mr. Gehlot's future in doubt? All the twists and turns in Rajasthan. Also our big talking point. Should the Popular Front of India, the Islamic radical organization, be banned? And also our exclusive tonight, newsmaker of the day, Jhulan Goswami, India's star woman cricketer who's just retired. A special with her too. But as always, first, the 9 headlines at 9. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's future lies in the balance after his key aides blamed by central observers for alleged indiscipline. Sonia Gandhi now looks for more names for the next Congress chief as Sachin Pilot arrives in Delhi. Chorus to ban the Popular Front of India grows. More pan-India raids by the NIA. Over 247 PFI members detained in a crackdown. Big win for the Shinde Sena as the Supreme Court rejects Uddhav Thackeray's plea to block the Election Commission from deciding on Eknath Shinde's real Sena claim. Key Kejriwal associate Vijay Nair arrested by the CBI in Delhi liquor scam. Delhi High Court asked Aam Aadmi Party leaders to remove all defamatory tweets and Facebook posts against the Lieutenant Governor. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meets US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. This after Jaishankar slams the West on the F-16 deal with Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi attends the state funeral of assassinated ex-Prime Minister Shinzo Abe in Japan. Modi holds bilateral talks with current Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Legendary actor Asha Parekh to be conferred with the prestigious Dadasaheb Phalke Award for her exemplary lifetime contribution to Indian cinema. And Chinese President Xi Jinping appears in public for the first time since his return from the SCO summit. This on the back of the rumors of the leader in house arrest amidst a military coup. And NASA crashes $344 million DART spacecraft on asteroid Armageddon style. Crash aimed at giving Earth a defense tool against future asteroids headed our way. But our top story tonight, the big breaking story that's coming in, the suspense over who will be the next Congress president and indeed Ashok Gehlot's future is now growing because a show cause notice has now been issued a short while ago to 3 key aides of Ashok Gehlot, Mr. Dhariwal, the Chief Whip, Mr. Mahesh Joshi and Dharmendra Rathod in Rajasthan. So, show cause notice issued against 3 key aides of Ashok Gehlot. The observers have not recommended, importantly, any action against Mr. Gehlot himself. Sachin Pilot, meanwhile, has come to Delhi and is waiting to see what action will be taken against Mr. Gehlot. Sonia Gandhi, on her part, has met senior Congress leaders to seek their advice. No consensus yet now on who will be next Congress president, but Shashi Tharoor has indicated that he will file his nomination at 11 a.m. on Friday. So, lots of developments once again politically in the Congress and its turmoil in Rajasthan continues. Our correspondents Preeti Chaudhary in Jaipur, Maushmi Singh in Delhi are joining us. First to you, Maushmi, we are told that those show cause notices have now been issued by the Congress leadership to these 3 individuals. Can you give us some more details?
Right, Rajdeep. You know, these notices have been issued to Mahesh Joshi, Shanti Dhariwal and Dharmendra Rathod. We broke that story first. A 10 days time has been given. And interestingly, every notice has outlined what was the action that they had taken which called for the show cause notice and what they did. So Shanti Dhariwal was told that you are the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. You created confusion. You called them for a meeting at your house, and thereby people were confused which is the official meeting. This despite the fact that Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken were right there, and also mentions that the party high command had said that this is going to be a one-on-one meeting. It is going to be a meeting where the opinions will be taken, and then the party high command and in turn Sonia Gandhi will mull over what suggestions have come or what decision has been taken, and then take a considered, discussed, consulted view on the entire matter. So clearly, each and every leader, these three leaders who are close aides of Ashok Gehlot, have been targeted. Clearly, action sought.
But interestingly, there has been no.
In 10 days,
Interestingly, there's a clean chit for Mr. Gehlot himself, Preeti Chaudhary. There is no notice sent to Mr. Gehlot. So, is a compromise in the works? You're there in Jaipur. Is the Ashok Gehlot camp still hopeful that they will get both the Congress presidentship for their leader and a choice of their chief minister in Rajasthan?
I don't think so, Rajdeep. I'll tell you why. Because what's happening is it might be a clean chit for Ashok Gehlot, but as we speak right now, there is an informal cabinet hurried meeting at Ashok Gehlot's residence where the likes of the three ministers who've been given a show cause notice are in attendance. So there is some amount of strategizing already taking place. But having said that, what we have seen in the last 24 hours is a huge climb down from the Gehlot camp. The muscle flexing, the show of strength that we saw, there is a climb down possibly in the face of many of these MLAs who put pen to paper and added to that 92 proverbial number, coming out with their own videos right now and saying we don't agree with what happened that day and we are with the high command. So there is pressure of dwindling numbers there. Of course, there is no exact currency what those numbers are right now with the Gehlot camp. But on the other hand, the language has changed. When you speak to these Gehlot loyalists and who rebelled together, most of them will now, I had Pratap Singh Khajriwas a short while ago on my show, and he told me, Rajdeep, that it was a mistake, that they did it in anger, and he was with you yesterday. You saw, the difference of language. Right. They also maintain if the observers were here only for 2 more days, everything would have been sorted out. There's a huge climb down from the Gehlot MLA side right now.
Okay, meanwhile, all of this, of course, with Sachin Pilot coming in to Delhi. The question, Maushmi, lots of people, names are being discussed also for Congress President. Kamal Nath, of course, met Sonia Gandhi yesterday, but he has denied that he's in the race. Today, we are told that A.K. Antony is likely to meet Sonia Gandhi tomorrow. He's also said he's not in the race. So who is in the race? Shashi Tharoor likely to file his nomination for Congress President on Friday at 11 a.m. Who is going to be? Is Ashok Gehlot in the race? Who is in this race now?
Rajdeep, a very pertinent question, a $1 million question that everybody is asking. But if you look at the names, of course, Ashok Gehlot is still a contender. He could file his nominations. Remember, the date was 28th. So tomorrow is 28th. We'll have to wait and see. And this report is an indicator that there is no direct clinching evidence or holding Ashok Gehlot to account as far as the entire rebellion that happened in Jaipur.
Are you saying that it is still possible? Are you still saying it's possible that Ashok? Are you still saying that it is possible that Ashok Gehlot files his nomination for Congress President in the next 48 hours?
Absolutely, that chance is still there, Rajdeep. Remember that Ashok Gehlot has gone public announcing that the party leadership wants that he should file his nominations. So what face will the party high command have if Ashok Gehlot doesn't file his nominations? Will they say, okay, he indulged in indiscipline, which was not there in the report, and he was not, held account for it? There would be a big loss of face, because then the BJP would be proven right that they want to run
any other names doing the rounds?
So I still think, yes. Yes, there is a lot of, and those names have been doing the rounds earlier as well. Mukul Vasnik is there, Manish Tiwari, his name was there, but he's been silent. Remember, you need nominees, you need proposers in every state. That's not an easy ask, considering that Manish Tiwari is from the rebel camp, and so he's been quite silent. And of course, Mallikarjun Kharge, A.K. Antony is out. Pawan Bansal said that was a faux pas. His name was never in the list and he never dreamt of filing his nomination. So Mukul Vasnik, Mallikarjun Kharge, Digvijay Singh, these names are doing the rounds.
Right.
But I still think that Ashok Gehlot will be the person who would be filing his nominations despite whatever is happening, and what Preeti is indicating is actually a precursor to what's going to happen tomorrow.
So the question then comes, and this is an interesting question. Thanks very much, Maushmi, for joining us, and Preeti with those details. Who will be the next Chief Minister? Will it be Sachin Pilot, who's hoping to be it? Could Mr. Gehlot continue in both posts or someone else? Now, around 60 MLAs, we are told, of the Congress and independents are firmly with Ashok Gehlot. Around 15 MLAs are with Sachin Pilot. But significantly, there are about 51 fence sitters. So those fence sitters could decide kaun banega Rajasthan Mukhyamantri, who will be the next Chief Minister. Now, joining us now is one of those seeming fence sitters who's not with either the Gehlot or Pilot camp. I'm joined at this moment by Divya Maderna, Congress MLA. Appreciate your joining us, Divya. You seem to be one of the few MLAs not with either the Gehlot camp, Pilot camp. Is the Rajasthan Congress split right down the middle? Are people like you going to do simply what the Congress's high command, i.e. Sonia Gandhi, decides on the leadership question?
Absolutely. I'm a die-hard Congress loyalist. And I've inherited this politics from my grandfather, from my father, and I'm going to stick by no matter what decision High Command takes. We are in discipline as a Congress person. We're going to stick by whatever decisions taken by High Command.
Just to say that Divya comes from the Maderna family. Her grandfather was a contender in the 1990s for the Chief Minister post. So you're telling me, Divya, that whoever the Congress High Command decides as the Chief Minister, whether it's Mr. Gehlot who is to continue, whether it is Mr. Pilot or someone else, you will go with whatever Sonia Gandhi decides? You are saying you have absolutely no preference?
Yes, absolutely. No references at all. You know, when this fiasco in 2020 was happened, I was part of the 102 MLAs which were camping in leadership with the CLP head, Mr. Gehlot, because the official Congress meetings and the official observers by Mrs. Gandhi were sent there, and the official CLP meetings were taking there. So I'm always going to abide. I've inherited the disciplinary and this commitment towards an unshakable commitment from Congress, and that is what defines us as a true congressman.
But is it true that people like you are in a minority, that most of the people in the most Rajasthan Congress MLAs are with Mr. Gehlot, only a small number with Sachin Pilot? Is that how we should see it? Or there are a lot of people like you who will take your decision once the High Command chooses who it prefers?
No, I completely condemn this. I believe every single, except 2-3 of them who we saw giving statements, which is the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and the Chief Whip of the party, Mr. Mahesh Joshi. I don't know, they must have done this because of their own wasted political interest. What happened, I will not be able to comment on that. But every single MLA, every single minister, whether it's from the Gehlot camp, whether it's from the Sachin Pilot camp, but when it comes to High Command, we all stand together with one way that we accept whatever the High Command has to say.
But Divya, the Gehlot loyalists are saying that the majority of MLAs want the Chief Minister to continue or someone close to him to continue. Therefore, the High Command must listen to the views of each MLA. Do you agree with that?
You know, when 2018, the mandate was given and there was a PCC meeting, a CLP meeting called at the PCC, there was a one-line resolution that was passed in the name of the High Command. And then the observers, Mr. Avinash Pandey and KC Venugopalji, met every single MLA knowing their sentiments and conveying to the High Command. So that was the same thing that was supposed to happen in that CLP meeting on Sunday evening, where a one-line resolution to be passed in the name of the High Command, and whatever is decided by the High Command is accepted by every single legislator. And then the observers were supposed to meet every single MLA one-on-one to know what they feel, what they want, and that was supposed to be conveyed to the High Command. And then after whatever consensus, after discussing whatever outcome that she decides, every congressman would have abided by. So I believe if a lot of people would want Mr. Gehlot to continue, they could have easily given us one-on-one opinions, and I'm sure in the future when we have the next CLP, they'll be able to express their views to the observers.
So do you think Sachin Pilot would be the future Chief Minister? Should he be the Chief Minister, let me be direct, of Rajasthan now in your view?
I think any name that is decided by the Congress President will be good for the future of Congress.
So does that include Sachin Pilot? Would you have absolutely no problem if tomorrow Sonia Gandhi and the Congress leadership in Delhi decide there will be a generational change? Would you think most people will accept that in Rajasthan?
I have no problem with Mr. Gehlot continuing. I have no problem with Mr. Sachin Pilot coming in. I have no problem with some new name coming in. Any name that happens to be decided by the Congress president, I think all Congress MLAs are going to be okay with.
But, you know, Divya, there are those who are saying that Sachin Pilot betrayed the Congress, tried to bring down the Gehlot government 2 years ago. How can you make him a chief minister? That's what the Gehlot camp is saying.
Every legislator has their own opinion. I'm sure they can opinionate themselves with the observers. And they will all listen to them. And I'm sure they will make a decision which is just best for the Congress. I would not be able to make any such comments on somebody's personal integrity. But people raising such issues should have made these issues as well when people of a camp were inducted in the cabinet as well. That time, Mr. Shanti Dhariwal didn't have any objection. When they were adjusted in the Congress PCC, they didn't have a problem. I don't know why they have a problem and how can you question the High Command as to what they decide.
So, therefore, what you're saying is in the course of this week, you and other MLAs in Rajasthan on the ground believe that the issue can be resolved amicably. Am I correct?
I'm very, very certain because I think as Congress, we're all united, whether it be the Chief Minister, a very seasoned politician, whether it be such Mr. Pilot, whether it be any other leaders in the Delhi who's intervening, and all legislators are united when it comes to High Command. There is absolutely no dispute. Nobody is disputing over whatever is decided by High Command except Mr. Shanti Dhariwal and Mahesh Joshi.
Both of whom have been served disciplinary notice. And I'm going to leave it there, Divya Maderna. I'm glad to have Rajasthan MLAs now coming out talking quite openly. Good to listen to you. I remember traveling with your grandfather in the 1990s. He could have been chief minister in 1998, was passed over for Ashok Gehlot. So I guess that is too in the past, right? All in the past.
But that's okay, you know, I mean, to say so, because, you know, even then a one-line resolution was passed and they very gracefully accepted that.
Okay, so you're expecting a one-line resolution and whoever the High Command decides will be your choice. Divya Maderna, appreciate your joining me here on the news today. Thanks very much. Let's turn to the other big breaking news that's coming in at the moment. The CBI has now arrested a key Kejriwal aide, Arvind Kejriwal aide, Vijay Nair, in the Delhi liquor scam. Vijay Nair is AAP's communication in charge, very close to Arvind Kejriwal, was involved in handling campaigns in Punjab and Goa. BJP claims that Nair collected money from the liquor mafia to fund AAP coffers during the Punjab elections. AAP has said this is again vendetta because the BJP is nervous over what could happen in Gujarat and therefore is targeting aides of Kejriwal. Remember, Satyendra Jain has been arrested in another case and Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister, has already been targeted. He's been raided in the Delhi excise case. Munish Pandey, who tracks the enforcement agencies for us, joins us. Munish, can you tell us what exactly is the charge against Vijay Nair?
Well, Rajdeep, Vijay Nair is one of the named accused in the FIR, which has been lodged by the Central Bureau of Investigation. He was questioned thrice by the Central Probe Agency, CBI, before being arrested. Now, I spoke to the sources within the CBI. What they have told me is that Vijay Nair has been arrested based on the evidence against him. And to be precise, what evidence they have, what they are saying is that in the new excise policy, the liquor mafia who got the licenses in the new excise policy, Vijay Nair was the key person who was collecting the money from these liquor vendors and then it was being distributed to some of the AAP leaders. That is the main allegation against him. CBI says that before arresting, they were collecting evidence and after having a solid proof, he was placed under arrest by the CBI today. Tomorrow he'll be produced before the court. But remember, Rajdeep, even the Enforcement Directorate, the other federal probe agency which is investigating this case, that agency had also raided Vijay Nair and they are also claiming, the officials are also claiming that they also have evidence against some other key accused in this case. So in future, we are expecting that some more arrests will take place, which the Aam Aadmi Party is calling a political vendetta.
Okay, Munish Pandey. with the very latest on that story. Appreciate your joining me. Thanks very much for joining me here on the news today. Let's turn, speaking of enforcement agencies, to the National Investigating Agency. They are calling it Operation Octopus, with several hands across the country, tentacles spread. Round 2 today of a crackdown against the Popular Front of India. The Islamic radical outfit saw raids across 8 states. Over 170 Popular Front of India members arrested. This is the second such search and arrest operation in the last fortnight. What is happening with the Popular Front of India? Is it a dangerous, deadly organization, as is being claimed, that deserves to be banned? A pan-India ground report first.
At least 8 states, over 170 arrests. Another mega anti-Popular Front of India crackdown. Operation Midnight 2.0 in full swing across the country. The police swooping down on violent PFI cadre who allegedly unleashed violence, protests and petrol bomb attacks in the days gone by. After the initial NIA crackdown, Karnataka witnessed the biggest swoop down on PFI, with over 75 active members arrested by the police.
More than 90 persons, they have been secured. They have been produced before the Taluka Executive Magistrate, and they have been remanded to preventive custody. So these people in the past, they have the history, and we have information that they have indulged in anti-social and anti-national activities. They try to foment trouble in the society.
The national capital was put on high alert after multiple raids on the Popular Front of India's strongholds in Jamia and Shaheen Bagh areas. Section 144 was imposed for 2 months and candle marches were banned. Jamia University students were warned against troublemongering.
Today, early in the morning, the paramilitary forces carried out a patrolling march to send across a message that the law enforcement agencies are actually on alert mode and any attempt to disturb law and order will not be tolerated.
Top anti-terror squad sources tell India Today that this second crackdown on the outfit was spurred by a planned attack on RSS headquarters after PFI members collected data about an RSS leader's Dashera plans. Not just that, sources say that top BJP leaders have been identified as targets by the outfit. The Popular Front of India released a poster of all its arrested top leaders, claiming a witch hunt against them by the centre. The PFI is emerging as a top internal security threat. Will the government now go ahead and ban the organisation? Bureau Report, India Today.
So should the Popular Front of India be banned? Would a ban on the PFI actually work? Will the PFI emerge like many other organizations in the past in another form? Is there enough evidence really to nail the PFI? Those are questions that we will raise. Mohammad Tahir is the PFI's lawyer who's joining us now. Also joining us is Yashovardhan Azad, former Special Director, Intelligence Bureau. I'm joined by Vikram Singh, former DGP Uttar Pradesh. TJ Srilal is senior journalist in Kerala. And remember, the Popular Front has its origins in Kerala, or at least most of its activists who've been arrested have been from Kerala. But I want to come first to you, Mohammad Tahir. Do you accept that your organization, the charges that have been made, according to MHA sources to India Today, covert mobilization of funds in Gulf countries, funds then sent through illegal Hawala channels to India, funds transferred to bank accounts and then used to carry out unlawful activities. The activities, according to the NIA, include terror camps in Telangana, murder of a BJP member Praveen Netaru in Karnataka 2022, weapons training camp in Kerala, riots in Karnataka in 2020. Do you accept that these are serious charges and therefore your clients are facing the heat? Mr. Tahir.
Yeah. Rajiv sir.
Yes.
I will take all your charges one by one if you allow me to speak and to rebut all your claims.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. See, the first thing is that about Hawala transactions. See, basically the fact is that ED is investigating from past 3 years for NI for against the PFI. Not even a single evidence of Hawala is found with the in the ED charge sheets. And whatever allegations they are coming up now, they are just quoting some incidents and they are just targeting PFI about the Hawala fund. But there is no evidence which says that PFI is anyway connected with the Hawala fundings. So that is the one thing. Second thing is that if you are aware that there is an incident was happened in 2020 in Bangalore. Bangalore in DJLE police station, DJLE and KJLE police station. And there was allegation that it was orchestrated by the PFI SDPI members. But the fact is that PFI SDPI members were present there to control the crowd, and they have gone to the registered FIR at the first instance against the defamatory post which was made by one person. So the fact is the NI has taken the investigation of the matter, but you people always just see the incident. But what investigation has done after that, you are not aware at all. You may be aware that the investigation first taken by the state police, then subsequently it was taken by the NIA. But whatever investigation done by the state police for first to almost 2 months, so that time they have recorded several statements and they have find out the several culprits in that matter. Those statements deliberately not produced by the NIA in their final charge sheet. When we had approached to the High Court, High Court has given a direction to produce those statements to us. After receiving that statement, we found that none of the witness which find place in a NIA charge sheet has named PFI or SDPI members. Subsequently, it was planted at the instance of NIA. So this is the fact. Nobody will speak and nobody is aware.
No,
another thing.
You are claiming that these are all planted evidences. Now the NIA is claiming that they have arrested your members and accused them of organizing terror training camps. You deny that also?
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord, sir. It is just please let me complete. That is why in respect of Bangalore. Then now you are pointing out Fulwari and Nizamabad about the 2047 poster. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. In that respect, exactly the identical complaint was made in 2021 in Basti police station, UP. The same allegation was there, same planting pamphlet was there. No investigation was done. The person who was arrested as a member of PFI, that person came out on the bail exactly after 3 months. They could not file a charge sheet even. That is one aspect. Second thing that Rajdeep sir, you are aware that NIA has the ED 6 months before has raided several offices of PFI all across India. Not even a single poster of that 2047 found the position of any of the PFI member or in any of the PFI office. So all those things, and one more last point I wanted to point out. The recent arrest was made, which the people are saying the Operation Octopus, or Operation Cobra, Operation XYZ. See, this FIR is registered in month of April by the NIA against unknown people. And subsequently, they had a plan to fabricate materials against the PFI members by planting 2047 pamphlet in Fulwari Sharif as well as in Nizamabad.
I will ask you again. Are you saying that all these reports of training camps being held, of involvement, whether it is in Delhi riots, whether it is in Bengaluru riots, you are claiming all of this is fabricated? In the murder in Karnataka of a BJP worker, of the chopping of the hand of a professor in Kerala in 2018, are you saying?
It was a local incident, everybody was aware. Even when the charge was filed, several PFI members were arrested. Cases went for trial. During trial, after trial, court has given a specific finding. There was no role of any organization to commit that act. You people just see the incident, just see the allegation. What has happened afterwards, nobody cares. See, it is like that. If you want to kill a dog, start calling him mad. You people just simply calling mad and just running in narratives. See, I'm not pointing you. I'm just pointing you the environment which has been created.
Sir,
are you aware that
one minute now, Mr. It's only fair that I give since you are claiming that evidence is being planted on you.
Sir, one more last point I will make, sir. Yes. Last point I will say, then I'll keep quiet. I will hear others. Please, last point let me hear. Please.
Yes.
Sir, you may aware that first principle of natural justice, that whenever person arrested, the police has to inform that for what reason he was arrested. They have to supply the document. Do you aware that, sir? On Thursday, just I think 4 days or 5 days before, those leaders were arrested and they are produced to the NIA court. Not even a single document, not even FIR, not even remand application is produced to any of their counsel.
Okay.
Any of their counsel. They are not aware that what are the charges, what are the allegations.
You're claiming that either the charges have been planted or the charges are not clear, and therefore
Sir,
there is
everything is planted.
Okay.
Even
let Mr. Yashowardhan, Mr. Tahir, now
not even a single FIR.
You must now hear other voices. You must now hear other voices.
Please.
I gave you enough time. Mr. Yashowardhan Azad, is it possible that this entire Operation Octopus, as is being accused by the PFI, is a fishing expedition? That wherever there are PFI activists, they are being arrested, but there isn't a clear charge sheet of specific charges with hard evidence.
Whenever any action takes place against the PFI reps brazen it out, speaking against the agency itself and calling it a fabrication of evidence, and the entire process as has been, morphed from above. In 2010, just a little bit of chronology for my friend. In 2010, when the lecturer's hand was cut off, the Chief Minister Achyutanandan, belonging to the Marxist Party, said that the PFI is spreading extremist Islamic ideology in the state and wants to make the state a one Islamic state. In 2012, it was a Congress government. When the PFI wanted to do the Freedom Parade, the DGP stated that this is just SIMI in new form and it should not be allowed, and the High Court accepted. In 2005, when SIMI was banned earlier in 2001, there was a brief period of about 9 or 10 months. And when it was banned again, it morphed into PFI. And Abdul Rahman, he'll know the names, and Abdul Samad were the two guys who came directly into PFI as the other cadres also. What does this show? The PFI again. The PFI was involved in the rioting in Delhi. The PFI was involved in one of the attack on 2 police stations in Karnataka. When there were 17 of them arrested, 67 policemen were injured in that attack. Is this a very pious organization? An organization across 22 states?
So why is it not banned? No. So Mr. Azad, in many of these cases, while arrests have been made, prosecutions have been few and far between. And despite the claims by some governments like Assam that banned them, they've not been banned.
No,
so why are they not banned then? If you're claiming it's not a pious organization and it's involved in terror activities, why is it not banned?
I never said they are involved in terror activities. Wait. Karnataka, it was the issue of profit, in which they had caught it was against the MLA's nephew, and 2 police stations were attacked. They have taken part in all violent demonstrations and their funding has been evident. Now, the question is, the radicalization, for example, the issues on which PFI is in the net is for radicalization and is for terror funding. Now, the terror funding part is being looked into the NIA. You mean to say an NIA does a nationwide crackdown and it is planting evidence in terms of terror funding? Is it ever possible in any court? Is the government which bans it, the court which looks at the evidence? And therefore, as far as radicalization goes, there are many of these PFI radicalized outfits. It's already known that some of them even went to the ISIS. That their leaders, their founders have talked about Islamic State.
Sir,
this is on record. So now the question is, the NIA, once it prepares its charge sheet after getting hard evidence, then the action regarding the banning will take place. Karnataka is already thinking of banning it, and in Assam, steps are on.
Sir, but in 10 years, the truth is also, let's be honest, in 10 years, attempts have been made by various state governments and courts have not been able to accept the evidence as being strong enough for a ban. So somewhere, either the NIA and in its previous outfits, the other state agencies have not been able to provide enough evidence. Let me take that to you, Vikram Singh. In Uttar Pradesh, for example, You haven't been able to, at the moment, get that kind of hard evidence to ensure that the courts will accept an attempt by you to, by the state to ban the organization.
Rajdeep, not necessarily. My illustrious colleague Yashovardhan Azadji has given cogent and systematically what evidence is available in the country. In UP, if I may submit, 13th March 2021 encounter in Lucknow, and an activist of the ISIs also related to the PFI shot dead in a police encounter. Then Kanpur, 3 months ago, after the Friday prayers, the Namazis come out and then they confront the police, break back at the police, and no fewer than 200 people rounded up, many of them PFI activists. Thirdly, in this current swoop, there have been so many arrests during the course of the search and seizures that have happened in the last 3 days. PFI activists have been arrested. Mr. Tahir himself mentioned that there was a case in Basti. That man has been let out on bail. He has not been acquitted. Therefore, whatever the fault lines that have come in UP also has proposed to the center to ban the PFI. Jharkhand has already banned on its own this organization. Already the ball has been set rolling, but yes, the speed is tardy. It should have happened in the year 2011 itself, when during the DGP's conference in September 2011, the IB said that the PFI is holding camps in the forest of Kerala and Karnataka and training the youth, radicalizing them and indoctrinating them. That was the time to have banned them. Okay. Then we had the Gandhi Maidan blasts in the year 2014. Then the plans this year, 12th of July, to kill the Prime Minister Modi when he was there in the Patna rally, and then the Phulwari Sharif incidents. All these incidents go to show that PFI and Kerala High Court in May 2022 has said that PFI and SDP are extremist organization. Why they have not been banned till now?
Those are questions, of course, that the Home Ministry has to answer, and I'll come back to that. But I just want to understand from you, Srilal, how much of this is genuine, that on the ground, the PFI is engaging in training potential extremist terror recruits. According to police sources, police information, Kerala has been the hub. Is that true? And why is the left government then not also moving to take a stronger stand?
The issue here is that there is a cautious propaganda that Kerala is a hub of all PFI, also all these terrorists. It's a heaven of all these terrorist organizations, but that's not true. And immediately after this raid and arrest, this rhetoric came again that Kerala is not safe for living, or Kerala is heaven, hub of all these terrorists. But see, look, after 2003, there has been no riot happened in Kerala, though no communal riot happened in Kerala. If these
no, but are there terror camps?
Why is not happening?
Are there terror camps? Are there terror camps on the ground?
No riot has happened in Kerala.
Srilal, are there camps where people are being trained in arms? Is that true or not?
Rajiv, I'm not hearing you.
Is it true that people are being trained in arms in Kerala? Yes or no, of the PFI?
Rajiv, it's not from one side. See, this arm training or this processions with arm are happening from both sides. So how can you accuse one side?
What do you mean by both sides?
That is the problem here. See, the issue is that a PFI person was hacked to death in Alleppey district 2-3 months earlier. Immediately, as a retaliation to that, an RSS person has been hacked to death by the other side. So the same thing happened in Palghat. Immediately after that, a PFI person was hacked to death, and immediately they retaliated by hacking another RSS person. So this is happening. So here, it's happening from both sides. So you cannot accuse one side. That's what I am coming up to. You cannot accuse one side.
So you're saying in Kerala there are two forms of extremism. There are groups preying on each other, and targeted killings are taking place. I just want to understand.
Rajiv, sir. Yes. One more point. Rajiv, one more point.
Yes.
One more point.
Srilal. Yes.
Even after such killings, see, there is these killings on communal lines is happening. But even after these killings, maybe in any other state, it would have led to communal rights. But that's not happening in Kerala. That's what my point is.
No, I
these
take-
killings
I-
are happening. We are not able to
No, no, I
stop the
take
killing,
your
but
point.
That
I
is
take
not
your
leading
point.
to communal rights.
Okay.
It's only because of the indifference of the police.
Okay, I just want to understand from you, Mohammad Tahir. No, Mohammad Tahir, you have seen very specific allegations being made both by the IB, former IB head, as well as from Vikram Singh.
I'll reply.
Specific charges are being made of involvement of PFI. There can be no smoke without fire. You can't all the time say, every time someone is arrested, that this is vendetta against Muslims.
Yes, but Rajiv sir, just see, then several cases are registered all over India, where the people has gone to ISI and Afghanistan or Syria and all for fighting. I want to ask my two senior friends, the panelists, those has served in the forces. Tell me, just point out which one case where the role of PFI has come out. Just one case with a number. Not even a single case all over India has registered against a PSDPI or PFI, where it has been said that because of the PFI, the person has traveled to such place to fight against a particular force.
So you are
So
saying
this
there
is
is
one
no
thing.
connection between PFI and Islamic State?
No connection at all. See this.
Yes,
sir,
Vikram
basically,
Singh.
Rajiv
Yes,
sir,
Vikram
the thing
Singh.
is,
Mr.
No,
Tahir,
now let
very
Vikram
simple.
respond.
It's very
Mr.
simple.
Tahir, you must
Sir,
have heard
it's
of
very simple.
Yes,
Mr. Tahir.
It's very simple. Rajiv sir, it is very simple. Please bear with me. It's very simple. See, the Muslim community, nobody wants to see a assertive Muslim community. For that reason, whoever tried to empower Muslim community, that people used to be first target of this kind of fascist government. For that reason, this narrative is not a one day, today's narrative is made. From past 8 to 9 years, this narrative has built up, where the things has reached today, and these people, where those people are arrested, they all are arrested not from jungle and not from the caves. They all were arrested, illegally arrested from their house. Can you believe that the person who is doing such kind of things or such kind of deadly things, they will stay and sleep at home?
Okay, let
Quietly.
Vikram Singh respond.
And one more thing I want to
No, Mr. Tahir, let Vikram Singh respond.
I need to tell you a few names. This is Rajdeep, is a standard operating procedure, not to allow the other person to speak. I do hope that your show is not hijacked. I do hope Mr. Tahir will have the courtesy to allow me to 30 seconds.
Sir, let me finish. I will otherwise. Please let me finish. One false narrative has been running since morning. One false narrative that the NI has conducted it. So let me very clear. This is the preventive arrest. It is not arrest. It is a detention, which my learned friend, senior friend is aware that what is 1.7, what is 151.
Okay,
Mr. Tahir, now you must allow. Mr. Tahir, you made your point.
Detained by the police.
Mr. Tahir, you have made your point. You have been allowed
Mr.
enough
Tahir,
time.
you made your point. Now allow others to speak. Rajdeep, the problem is that the first offense is not to allow the other person to speak. Now let me tell you. You must have heard the name of Abu Bakr al-Hindi. He is a Christian converted to Islam, became a suicide bomber and went to Libya. And the Voice of Khurasan, the publication, which says apne shaheedon ko jaane, he became a suicide bomber and he was killed in Libya. I hope you have heard this name. Najib al-Hindi, an M.Tech person, third year of engineering. Then there is, in UN terror report says that Kerala has a lot of presence of terrorist activity, and NIA charge sheet.
Sir, it cannot be generic statements. Let me, with due regard, all these statements will have to be backed in a court. That Kerala has a lot of terrorist activities is a very generic statement. You see, the part of the problem in this, this evidence gathering cannot be generic. It has to be specific.
You gave a very patient hearing to Mr. Tahir. The least I can expect is 15 seconds more.
Yeah, please.
NIA in its charge sheet, to say there was no charge sheet on the planet. NIA in its charge sheet of 2020 in Sub-Inspector Wilson's murder has indicted the PFI and Sayyid Muhammad Hardar, who was also an electrical engineer, has been charge sheeted. There is talks of engineers being recruited by the PFI and to prepare rogue drones. If this is all fairy tales, then Mr. Tahir is a very astute and a learned defense counsel, and he has put up his case very fiercely and vociferously. But the fact of the matter is, these are not preventive arrest under 151 of the CRPC. They are substantive arrests because they have led to substantial recovery, sensational recoveries in respect of
I will stop
documents, electronics.
I will stop you because I'm running out of time. Yashowardhan Azad, final word, 30 seconds. If all of this is true, why is it not banned?
First, I'm against the kind of propaganda unleashed by Mr. Tahir, and which is what the PFI is guilty of, by announcing all the time and saying that the Muslims are in danger. This is a very, very dangerous thing. And mind you, Rajdeep, it was your India Today which had done a sting operation in 2017 or 18, in which their cadets, their officers had openly proclaimed that they want an Islamic state. So to defend the PFI is all right in the courts, but to come out with a brazen propaganda against the government and against the agencies is absolutely wrong. Banning is not important, but to put a stop to these activities is more important.
Okay.
And once the evidence comes, sure it will be banned.
Okay, let me leave it there. Banning must be based on hard evidence. It cannot be based on generic statements. No, I'm going to leave it there. I'm run completely out of time. We've given enough time, Mohammad Tahir, as I promised you on the show. I make it very clear, I don't run this show as a propaganda against anyone. I run it to try and get through the truth. And therefore, the PFI is at the moment under the scanner. And the PFI will have to, in a way, respond to the serious charges made against it. The NIA too will have to ensure that their evidence stands in a court of law, not necessarily through a media trial alone. Let's take a break. When we return, a complete change in focus. Our newsmaker tonight is a very special person. Please welcome Jhulan Goswami, the Chakada Express, as she brings her 20-year-old long career to an end. Back in a moment.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Funny.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get on the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get on the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one. Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Funny.
Let's turn to our good news today's story, and it comes from an Indian cricketer, an iconic face, Jhulan Goswami, who called time this weekend on a legendary 20-year-old career as India's premier women's cricketer. The fast bowler broke a number of records along the way, trailblazer for women's cricket. Jhulan Goswami is joining me now, and appreciate your joining us, Jhulan. Just retiring after playing an incredible, 204 ODIs, 68 T20s, 12 tests, breaking almost every record. How are you feeling? Tired, happy, or just now ready to put your legs up and retire?
Not at all tired, but yeah, I'm a bit sad, bit happy, and because I've tried to contribute from my side, whatever way I am able to contribute, and at the same time, fair enough. As a sports person, you have to take a call, and yeah, I have taken a call, and I hope I am able to take a right call in the right time.
20 years is a remarkable career. I was thinking Sachin Tendulkar played for about 24 years, but few others have played as long enough. What made you take that final call, enough is enough, bahut ho gaya, bas ho gaya?
Well, as a medium pacer, you have gone through a lot of ups and downs, particularly regarding your health, because injuries is a part and parcel of your life. So I was getting freak injuries very often, and then I realized that is every day, every alternate few series, if I'm getting injured, I think then I have to take a call, and whenever the right time will come. So yeah, it was, I think injuries is quite challenging for fast bowler after a certain point of time. So I found it's a better way to take a right call in right time.
The reason I'm asking you this, Julan, is because it's in all likelihood next year the women's IPL is starting. So just when the game is getting so much more popular, you're going to leave the cricket field. Will you take part in that first women's IPL?
Rajiv sir, let's wait for the official announcement from the board, and then we'll talk, because we don't know that how franchise is going to take, which way we're going to contribute. Let's see, and definitely we'll try to contribute from my side, but we don't know exactly what is the right path for to contribute in women's IPL.
I'm sure you'll be a real star for any team you play with, but you ended your career on a high note. This weekend we won the series against England 3-0. You bowled very well, took a great catch in that last match. So you must be very happy and satisfied where women's cricket has come. So much different from where you started, no, all those years ago?
Absolutely, sir. There's no doubt about that. When I started, it was different. The facilities, visibilities of women's cricket, everything was different. But now everything is a little improved, and improvement ka koi end nahi hota. So definitely is women's cricket going in a right direction, and particularly after 2017 World Cup, how people accept women's cricket in our country, I think that's remarkable. And now everybody follow, visibility is there, social media is playing a big role today. Everybody knows everybody's data, when you're playing, whom you're playing, what they have done in the past. So all those things was not there in our earliest days, but now everything is little bit easy access for the viewers, and I think that's played a big role in women's cricket to going in a little upper side.
You want to tell us how much you were paid when you first started off? Because I have heard stories of how some of you all had to actually pay your way to go to World Cup tournaments. You want to tell us how much women's cricketers were paid?
Sir, we'll talk to you next time, not in your television.
Well, they were, those are stories to be told how women cricketers were there. But that final match, it seemed to get obscured. Your final match at Lord's by what your colleague Deepti Sharma did, running out the batswoman while she was bowling. Do you agree with that? It's created a lot of controversy. You've been accused, the Indian team has been accused by English players of cheating. Was it the right thing that Deepti did?
I think it's absolutely fine. I haven't found anything is wrong in that, because ICC have clarified with that because that's a legal out, nothing illegal. You found is anything is illegal, we have done nothing. That was in a legal way, that match happened, and we done everything is by law. I don't found anything guilty in that. It's absolutely fair. Within the game, we have done everything.
But did Deepti warn the batsman? Did she warn the batsman before before running her out in the manner that she did?
I think so. I'm not aware of that, because I was standing in a short third or short fine. It was quite far from my side, and umpire and captain, what conversation was going on. I was not 100% aware. But everything whatever Dipti has done and nothing wrong with that, and everything within the law we have done. And today MCC also clarify with that, because that was illegal, because before bowl somebody is taking a head start is not legal in cricket. So I don't think so anything is wrong is there, and everything is within the law we have done.
So you're defending what Dipti Sharma did. Let's turn to the happiest thing, your high point in your entire career. What is it that has made you happiest playing cricket for India?
I think few moments we have, particularly when I debut for my country. That was a huge moment in my career. 2006, when we won the test match against England in England, scoring runs with Mithali when she scored that world record run. I was a non-striker in, able to watch that class innings. 2017 World Cup, it was amazing. The change in face of Indian women's cricket, particularly that Harman innings, Mithali's innings, final, the viewership. A lot of moment is that there, because sir, whenever you win the series, that moment is becoming very special, because you put a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and you do a lot of planning, and then you're able to execute and they got the result. So I think every match, every series is important, but these are the very few moments where women's cricket, general way, women's cricket got little benefit.
I just wish we had won that 2017 World Cup final, but now there's a movie being made on you, Chakda Express. Chakda, my producer reminds me, Chakda Express, that releases next year from where you all started. That must be exciting you.
Sir, I'm really excited, and I hope that this movie, makes a lot of youngsters play these sports, particularly women's in our society, young girl. They should come and play these sports and let motivate them. I'm hoping something like that. I'm really excited for this Chakda Express.
Final question, how are you enjoying retired life? Now you will be retired. What are you going to do next?
So far, no chance, because Bengalis are celebrating in Durga Puja at this moment. So we are in mold of towards Durga Puja. So let's celebrate this Durga Puja. Then I'll start and think what I'm going to do. Either going to do the training or going to sit back and relax. But at this moment, just enjoying some quality time with my family and very close friend in Durga Puja time.
You enjoy Durga Puja, Jhulan. You've done the country very proud. Every time I see you smile on the screen, I smile, because fantastic. You've broken every glass barrier and stereotype with what you've done. So thank you very much. On behalf of all the cricket fans, have a great Pujo. Our first image of the day, meanwhile, is a historic day. Live streaming, not of a Netflix show, but Supreme Court proceedings right on your phone or your laptop. Hearings are being broadcast live that you see Kapil Sibal arguing in the crucial Maharashtra case that took place today. So some of the most high-profile constitutional cases can now be seen by you live stream. So it could be a big change. And our final image is a dramatic one. What will we do if a meteorite is on collision course with Earth? NASA has successfully blasted an asteroid in a test conducted to see if a potentially dangerous object heading towards Earth can be detected. The space agency said its spacecraft, which was roughly the size of a vending machine, successfully collided with an asteroid as big as a football stadium. At the moment of impact, the visuals freeze, as you will see on your screen. NASA clarified that the asteroid posed no danger to Earth.
Wow.
Wonderful pictures to end with. You stay well, stay safe, good night, Shubhratri, don't rush into an asteroid. Bye for now. Jai Hind.
Wow.
We're getting visual confirmation.
All right. We got it? Waiting.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
We're getting visual confirmation.
Tana dir dir dim tana tada re da ni tana na dir dir dim tana dim tana takit da takit da takit da tigina da tigina da dim tana tanum tada re da ni tada ni dim tana tanum tanum tana num tadere na tadere na.
We note India and Brazil in particular as key international actors and worthy candidates for permanent membership within the Council. Great potential is possessed by such organizations as the Non-Aligned Movement, BRICS, SCO, and ASEAN. The United States now have the goal of subjugating the Asian areas. At the June summit of NATO in Madrid, the self-proclaimed defensive alliance declared the indivisible security of Euro-Atlantic and India and Pacific. And under the slogan of India-Pacific strategies, closed formats are being created, and they undermine what has been built under the ASEAN for decades, namely an open and inclusive regional architecture. Strict abiding with universal norms of international law to counterbalance unilateral approaches, and we call upon everyone to join in.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Association with Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Do the smart thing. Hetic fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully. LIC. हर पल आपके साथ.
Hello and welcome. There's breaking news coming in on Top of India First. A man has been taken into custody for allegedly murdering his wife for refusing to wear a burqa in Mumbai. This incident is being reported from the financial capital of India, where Iqbal Muhammad Sheikh has now been arrested by the Mumbai police after he is alleged to have slit his wife Rupali's throat. According to the Mumbai police, Iqbal Muhammad Sheikh and his family were forcing his wife Rupali ever since the wedding 3 years ago to wear a burqa, which incidentally she constantly refused to wear. She refused to wear a burqa. She refused to follow Islamic religious practices. Rupali and Iqbal Muhammad Sheikh also had a 2-year-old child. Information that's just coming in. This seems to indicate that Rupali had also started living separately from Iqbal Muhammad Sheikh, since she never wanted to either wear a burqa or follow Islamic traditions. They would occasionally speak on phone, but even in their recent conversations, they would end up fighting more often than not about custody of their child. Now, late yesterday, Iqbal Sheikh called her, and then, according to eyewitnesses and Rupali's family, in a fit of rage, repeatedly stabbed her in the throat and the chest. Let's listen in to Inspector Vilas Rathore, Senior Police Inspector in charge of investigations of this case.
महिला को मुस्लिम जो रीति रिवाज है उस तरह से बर्ताव करने के लिए बोलते थे, कपड़े मुस्लिम रीति रिवाज के जो बुर्का है वो पहनने के लिए बोलते थे, लेकिन ये महिला वैसा नहीं करती थी। 26 तारीख को दोनों में बातचीत हुई फ़ोन पे, तभी महिला ने डिवोर्स मांगा उससे, तो वो जो आरोपी है उसने डिवोर्स देने से मना किया और उनका 2 साल का जो बच्चा है उसका ताबा मांगा। तब इन्होंने इनकार किया महिला ने, उसी वजह से गुस्से में आके उसने मर्डर किया है, ऐसा कंप्लेनेंट ने कंप्लेंट दिया है।
जिस क्रूरता से, बड़ी निर्ममता के साथ, बर्बरता के साथ महिला की हत्या की गई, जो भी ये हत्यारे होंगे, महाराष्ट्र की सरकार इसकी पूरी तफ्तीश करेगी। सभी तथ्यों को खंगाल कर जो भी दोषी होगा उस पर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी। अब ये कोई उद्धव की खामोश बैठने वाली सरकार नहीं है, ये सख्ती से पेश आने वाली सरकार है। जो भी गुनहगार होंगे वो जेल के सलाखों के पीछे जाएंगे।
I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Mustafa Sheikh for more on this story. Mustafa, what more are we hearing about Rupali's reported reluctance to wear a burqa and follow Islamic practices? And do we have details who all were mounting pressure on her?
Well, as more details are coming out in this case, Gaurav, what we're hearing is that Rupali Chandrasekhar was being pressurized by Mohammad Iqbal's family members and he himself, and that is why that she had started to stay away from him. As you rightly said, that it was 3 years of marriage, they have a 2-year-old child, and there was an argument over custody of that child and over divorce, and that led to attack, and he was stabbed multiple times by her husband, which led to her death, and the police have arrested him and booked him under charges of murder. But it's true, according to the sister of Rupali, that she was being pressurized to follow Islamic religious practices as per her husband's family and her husband, and that is why a difference grew between their relationship. She had started staying separately, but it didn't end there. She was stabbed by her own husband, and who has now been arrested by Tilaknagar police. Back to you,
Mustafa. For the moment, many thanks for joining me. Let me now shift focus to our top story on India First. Another round of raids on the radical Islamist organization, the Popular Front of India. Remember, on the 22nd of September, there were a series of raids, 93 different locations across 15 states that led to the arrest of 106 activists, leaders and cadres and supporters of the Popular Front of India. Now, these raids, again, based on interrogation and investigations carried out from the 22nd till the 27th, has resulted in raids that were conducted across 8 states. Several FIRs have been registered. Close to 170 people have been taken into custody. Some arrested, many under preventive detention. The police say this so far is a part of the biggest crackdown on this radical Islamist organization. The Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency and several state police forces are jointly carrying out these investigations.
A nationwide crackdown, the second in less than a week by the NIA, other investigative agencies and state police forces. Raids in narrow alleys, clusters, hideouts, homes and offices. The operation spread across 8 states, from Assam in the northeast to Karnataka in the south, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi up north, Maharashtra and Gujarat in the west.
PFI के नेटवर्क को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। पूरी प्रदेश में सतर्कता बढ़ा दी गई है। लोग सर्विलांस में हैं। हम किसी भी स्थिति में उत्तर प्रदेश में गैरकानूनी गतिविधियों को अनुमति नहीं देंगे। हम कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे। उसी के तहत लगातार कार्रवाई चल रही है।
More than 170 members and functionaries linked to the Popular Front of India taken into custody in this fresh round of raids. the most intensive of which took place in pole-bound Karnataka. At least 60 members of the PFI and its so-called political wing, the SDPI, held across a number of districts in the southern state, including some of the controversial organization's top functionaries.
ಅದು ಕೋಮ್ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಧಕ್ಕೆ ತರೋದು ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನಿದೆ ಕಿ ಬಹಳ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಕುಮ್ಮಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಚೋದನೆ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ಕೂಡ ಏನಿದೆ ಕಿ ಅವರು ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಭಂಗ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ NIA ಮತ್ತೆ ರಾಜ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ದಾಳಿ ಆಯಿತು ಆನಂತರ ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The news has tightened and a ban might be looming on the organization that calls itself a social movement, but faces a host of charges, including links with outlawed groups like Simi and Indian Mujahideen, terror funding, possessing firearms, promoting extremism and inciting unrest, and deadly assaults on political ideological adversaries. Believed to be active in more than 20 states, the Popular Front of India has large concentration in Kerala and Karnataka. The organization shot to notoriety when members linked to it chopped off the hand of a college professor, TJ Joseph, in Kerala, accusing him of insulting the Prophet in an examination. The dossier of charges against the outfit has since expanded. Over the years, a number of alleged PFI activists have been accused of carrying out murders of several workers of the RSS and other Hindu organizations in both Kerala and Karnataka. In 2014, a Kerala government affidavit in the High Court acknowledged that PFI activists were involved in at least 27 political murders, 86 murder attempts, and more than 125 cases of instigating religious tensions. Cases have been filed against PFI members for organizing terror camps in Telangana, a mob attack on a police station in Karnataka in 2020, and many more. The list is only getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has accused several other members of the outfit of money laundering. The group stands accused of involvement in the Delhi riots of 2020, instigating communal tensions during the anti-CAA protests and during protests over the Hathras gang rape case in Uttar Pradesh. The PFI and its affiliate, the SDPI, deny any wrongdoing and allege a political witch hunt. But investigating agencies insist their case against the organization has never been stronger. A nationwide ban after the nationwide crackdown could just be imminent. Bureau Report, India Today.
And this brings us to our lead question of the day. Are these grounds to ban the radical Islamist organization, the Popular Front of India? What needs to be done to ensure PFI does not emerge in a new form? Like Simi became PFI, the activities continued even though the Students' Islamic Movement of India was banned. And is there merit in the contention that all of this is being done to other the Muslims, to victimize the Muslims in this regime? Joining me on India First, Colonel Singh is the former Chief of the Enforcement Directorate and a former Delhi Police top cop. He's dealt with terror up close and personal. Also with me is Binay Singh, a senior research fellow at the Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation. And Majid Haidri is a respected political analyst, joins us on the show. And I want to begin by asking you, Majid. The FIR registered in the arrest says PFI was following a sinister plan. Use the constitution and national flag to move forward towards imposition of Sharia in India, to move towards a Sharia state. Sir, the aim, according to the FIR, was to turn India into an Islamic state by 2047. This isn't hearsay. This isn't coming from sources. This is coming on the basis of an FIR that has been registered on the basis of documents that have been recovered in these raids, sir.
Well, Gaurav Sahib, if PFI was really into any kind of terror activity which was supposed to be a threat to our national security, our national sovereignty, I will say don't ban PFI, bomb PFI. But when you talk about Islamic Caliphate, let me remind you that just last year in December, we had a Dharam Sansad in Haridwar where those clerics resolved that India should be a Hindu Rashtra. And thereafter, there was no NIA raid, no UAP Act on them, no ED, nothing doing, everything is fine. Just this year, an MLA from Haryana said that he has pledged to make India into a Hindu Rashtra. If you don't have issues with Hindu Rashtra, why do you have issues with Islamic Caliphate?
Sir, because that's not all. Sir, that's not all. You are very conveniently picking one part. Fomenting terror, killing people, radicalizing people, killing people and radicalizing people on a very large scale. Kerala terror camps coming up across and people from across the country going there for training. All of this is a cause for grave concern.
It was a martial art training camp. What is terror about that? You know we have icons like Tiger Shroff, we have icons like Akshay Kumar. Then that way they are supposed to be the biggest terrorists in the country because they are glamorizing martial arts.
OMS Salam and Abu Bakr were creating Tiger Shroffs. Really? Let me get Mr. Colonel Singh to respond to this. Is it as frivolous as you make it out to be, or is this actually the cover fire that some intellectuals in our country may try to give to a radical Islamist organization? And I want to understand from you, Mr. Colonel Singh, is this fear-mongering? Because what's the big deal about a martial arts training camp, as Majid Hydari puts it, being organized in the jungles of Kerala? He says, after all, we all look up to Tiger Shroff and other martial art experts in our country.
See, I'll respond to it considering what is important of our country, the national security and internal security. And any type of dissipative force in the country can be utilized by the terrorist organizations based in Pakistan and other countries. Now, if we see in Assam, the PFI has been found to be connected with Ansarullah terror group, which is based in Bangladesh. And this terror group is supported by Al-Qaeda. So therefore, there are linkages are coming that PFI sections are connected with the terrorist organizations abroad. Now, this certainly is a question of internal security. And whenever the question of internal security comes, one has to take action. One cannot say that we'll wait for a time and this is nothing. See, then comes to the camp which we are talking. Yes, certainly camp as such may not be anything wrong, but what is the purpose of those camps? Why they are in the jungles? Why they are not in the cities? So you have to see the purpose of the camps. Purpose of the whole purpose of the organizations. There have been cases of murders. There have been cases of extortion. And they have been registered. It is not that those cases have not been registered. And when the agencies are finding the linkages of this organization with the terror organizations outside, one has to be very careful about the internal security and action has to be taken.
Okay. Mr. Binay Singh, I want to understand, when PFI says that these are very desperate attempts to silence voices of dissent in our country, nothing was found against, for example, that Kerala journalist Siddique Kappan, and the Supreme Court granted him bail. This just goes on to show that a Hawa is being created. You know, there's a lot of fear-mongering that's happening, but where is the hard evidence that PFI is involved in either establishing a Sharia state in India or breaking India into pieces?
Gaurav, a piece of suggestion from my side to my fellow panelists like Majid Hydari. So every day we discuss something. Now we are discussing PFI. Very recently we had discussed, farmer protest, and we come up with our own views. You must know that this week the CPI Maoists, they have come up with a declaration, a 22-page declaration. That is not what I am saying. They have completed 18 years of merger with CPI Maoist and PWG. In 2004 they merged. They have completed 18 years and they have come with a 22-page document this week which mentions that we were victorious and our people, our members, CPI Maoist members, they participated in the farmer protest. This is not what I am saying. This is the document of the CPI Maoist itself. So whenever we speak something on a national television channel, or it is a platform, a lot of people watch you, many of them follow you. So your emotions and my emotions can be misused. And this is a tactic, this is a strategy which the PFI was using. And nothing is random. Just in 45 minutes, 20 states, 95 raids, 100 arrests on the very first day. That means our agencies have done a massive homework. There is a massive homework behind these massive raids. And one more thing. certain set of questions. I can see in the last 3 days, there is a pattern in the questions like what Mr. Majid Hydari just did. First question, why the late action? The second question, why to debate? Let the court decide. The third question, the government is targeting the Muslims. The fourth, why we are against PFI, but what about RSS and what about Dharm Sansad? And the last, who are you to blame? So they have come up with a certain set of questions, and I can see a pattern in this question.
Fair enough, but where are the answers? We are a democracy. We are not a police state. Mr. Binay Singh, where is evidence of complicity of PFI in breaking our country?
Gaurav, this is not the first time. Look what happened in Patna. The police or the NIA has come up with several revelations that there was something to target the Prime Minister. So leave this issue. Just go back few years back in Bhima Koregaon. In Bhima Koregaon, the main accused in conspiring to kill the Prime Minister was Rona Wilson. And Rona Wilson was trying to lobby for PFI to get the ban lifted on PFI in Jharkhand. The second instance I am telling you, this is on record. The second instance, there were people, I can name them. One was Anjani Kumar Mal and the second was Basanta Kumari.
Sir,
second was Basanta Kumari. Just 10 seconds.
Hard instances of PFI being involved in breaking India. My questions are
Just 10
very
seconds,
specific. I will come back to you. Specific instances that will stand scrutiny in a court of law, not conjectures. But Majid Hydari, from 2010 to 2022, police say evidence painstakingly gathered that PFI was out to not just weaken the country from within, but radicalize Muslim youth and use them in protests to break the country, like anti-CEA protests, riots, Hindu-Muslim riots, hijab, emotive issues to target the state, and perhaps, as the Phulwari Sharif document indicates, a show of strength that do not target minorities in this country.
Well, Gaurav sir, firstly, I feel that ahead of 2024 elections, we have some minority becoming a cannon fodder. I'm not naming that minority. On one hand, we have Honorable Mohan Bhagwatji walking that extra mile with that heartwarming gesture of meeting Muslims, going to madrasas, going to masjids. Really nice. We appreciate that. We salute him for that. But on the other side, we have the BJP government going for a crackdown for a party or a group led by a particular community. So that is something which is intriguing about what is going to happen ahead of the 2024 elections. What is going to be the canon for that? What is going to be the manifesto? Blah, blah, blah. And second point, which is very important here, is that we never raised these issues of threat to life, etc. when we had the cow vigilantism. Never NIA was brought.
I'm sorry, I disagree. We raised it with equal amount of interest, because nobody should be allowed to violate the law. And my question then is, why equate PFI with Indian Muslims? It's an organization. That organization is being targeted. Why should it be seen as Muslims being targeted? But let me once again take this question to Mr. Colonel Singh. Sir, there are a lot of claims and theories, but to secure a conviction, hard evidence would be needed to be produced in a court of law. Sir, if agencies are going after this radical Islamist organization, Popular Front of India, for the past 12 years, sir, where is the corroborative evidence that this is an organization in jungles of Kerala? It's organizing terror training camps, weapons training is happening there, or they're out to create trouble in Karnataka, in Tamil Nadu, and now are spreading to Uttar Pradesh or Assam and other parts of this country.
See, there are hard evidences, and the agencies will put up before the court all these evidences. There are evidences they are connected with the foreign terrorist organizations. There are evidences that they are training people. There are evidences they are radicalizing people. There are evidences they are involved in murders cases. So it is, one cannot say there are no evidences. Certainly the agencies, they have collected the evidences, they have conducted the searches, and after this they will be putting this before the court.
Okay.
And at that time we will come to know precisely what are the hard evidences available. The agencies cannot arrest people without evidences. So they are doing it with knowingly what they are doing. They are doing with the evidences available with them. And the second thing is, we should not consider it a Muslim or Hindu issue. It is not a communal issue. It is an issue of national security. It is an issue of internal security. If there is any disruptive forces which are trying to create the terror in the area, trying to create the division in the society, which we are seeing is used by the external agencies, then we have to take action. The agencies have to take action.
Majid Hydari, why do you look at it as a Hindu-Muslim issue or a targeting of Muslims issue? This is, after all, a radical Islamist organization being targeted, and several Muslim organizations and individuals have come forward and said, yes, if they're out to break the country, target them. Let evidence be produced in a court of law.
See, firstly, our investigation agencies have been domesticated by BJP, and I can prove you with 3 facts. Since 2014, NI has not...
Sir, will you decide this or will courts of law decide this? Will Majid Hydari decide it or will courts decide in India?
No, I'll go by facts.
Or some Sharia court you want to establish?
No. Since 2014, NI has never booked anybody linked to saffron parties or ideology for that matter. And NI has been giving clean chit to even those involved in Malegaon, Makkah Masjid and other blasts. And then when you
Sir,
look
it has to be on the basis of evidence produced. I am sorry, sir. I am sorry. You have to go by courts of law in India and not by conjectures. Like I said, no conjectures on one side, no conjectures on the other side either. Why are you making it out to be a targeting of Muslims? Does PFI represent Indian Muslims?
See, it's not about PFI representing Indian Muslims. It's
Sir,
about looking at how things are going against Indian Muslims.
Does PFI represent Indian Muslims?
You have Azan issue, you have hijab issue, you have Gyanvapi issue, you have every issue somewhere linked to one community. I'm not naming that community. Why is it happening? Why all the things about one community? Why crack down on one community? What about VHP? What about Bajrang Dal? What about ABVP? If VHP and Bajrang Dal have been declared militant outfits by American government, why don't you talk about those issues? Who is funding them? From where they get funds? From where
please respond. Please respond. This is specific targeting of one community is what Majid Hydari says.
No, it is not, Gaurav. Certainly not. I can say, because the Fulwari Sharif module, it was busted by the SHO Fulwari Sharif. His name is Ikrar Ahmed. He is a Muslim. So, a Muslim has busted the Fulwari Sharif module. He is a SHO. He is a role model for the Indian youth or the Indian lovers. So, how can this be a Hindu versus Muslim issue? This is certainly not. And the main point is that, look, Simi was banned. And if you go through the banning order, the tribunal's order, why Simi was banned, there are 10 points mentioned. And exactly these allegations that was mentioned in the semi-banning order that are labeled against PFI.
Okay.
The one is instigating Muslims on Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid, verdict delivered by Lucknow bench of Allahabad High Court. This is the semi-banning order. And the same thing what PFI is doing. You go to PFI's website, list we forget Babri Masjid photograph and you are instigating Muslims. The second is that they were targeting certain individuals. They are referring to, they were targeting, Simi was involved in targeting the Prime Minister in Patna serial blast, in Ahmedabad serial bombings.
So I want to bring in...
PFI is involved in such kind of...
Okay, I want to bring in Mr. Colonel Singh to understand, sir, banning the Students' Islamic Movement of India resulted in PFI coming up. The same leadership of Simi became the leadership of PFI. How do you prevent, if at all, the PFI is banned by this weekend or in the coming week, 10 days, should that happen, how do you stop the same leadership starting another organization?
See, I believe that if the terror funds are blocked, then it helps in crippling the organizations. And the morphing takes place. You are absolutely right. If we take Lashkar-e-Taiba charity organization, Jamaatul Dawa, when there was a ban on it, it morphed into another organization, Falah-e-Insaniyat. So that's a possibility, but that possibility can be ruled out if we are able to pinpoint their finances, if they are able to attach their funds. And this time ED is also involved in the process, and I am sure that Enforcement Directorate will attach the terror funding of these organizations, and that will cripple these organizations.
Okay, before I let you go, sir, I want to understand from you, can there be a time-bound investigation and not an open-ended investigation? Will we know? Because those who say that, one, this is politically motivated, two, this is to other the Muslims. You start with one day hijab, one day Gyanvapi, one day you pick up this case of PFI. This is trying to other the Muslims or keep the Muslims on stand to at all times. Is that what is happening, Mr. Colonel Singh?
See, and various agencies, NIA, Enforcement Directorate and the local police have arrested many of their members. Now there is a clear-cut provision in the law that within a period of 2 to 3 months, upon the seriousness of the offence, I think in this case it will be 3 months. The charge sheet has to be filed in the court. And since charge sheet has to be filed, therefore we can say it is going to be a time-bound investigation.
Okay, we will track that story very, very closely. For joining me here on this India First special, Mr. Binay, Colonel Singh and Majid Hydari, many thanks. Will a charge sheet be filed? Will this organization be banned? Has the countdown to ban the Popular Front of India actually started? We'll track that story. That is all I have for you on India First this evening. Coming up next is Business Today with Abha Bakaya.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bukaya. Here are the day's top stories. Market ends flat amid high volatility. Sensex extends losses to a fifth day. Nifty near 17,000. Banks, metal stocks drag. Oil and gas gain. Adani Group set to invest $100 billion in the next 10 years. Chairman Gautam Adani says 70% will be invested in green energies to set up 3 gigafactories and triple the renewable power generating capacity. Is the industry of online gaming involving wagers going the cryptocurrency way in India? Tamil Nadu passes an ordinance to ban the games. The $2 billion industry argues that it is not gambling. Big win for Make in India. Swedish defense products company Saab to set up manufacturing to make its Carl Gustaf M4 shoulder-fired missiles from 2024. Is online gaming involving bets and wagers, or stakes as they're referred to, headed the way of the cryptocurrency sector in India? This is what everyone is talking about after the Tamil Nadu cabinet passed an ordinance banning online games with stakes in the state. Though the policy approach for the gaming industry is not draconian as yet, several states, particularly in the south, are putting the squeeze on the industry.
This was the meeting of Tamil Nadu cabinet chaired by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, which brought the hammer down on the online gaming industry in the state. The cabinet took the ordinance route after the Madras High Court last August overturned the state government's November 2020 ban on online games involving transfer of money. The state government has appealed against the High Court order in Supreme Court, which has issued notices to all parties concerned. The matter is expected to be heard in the next couple of months. Tamil Nadu is just one of the states which is rallying against online games involving stakes. The other southern states of Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana have passed similar legislations, some of which have been shot down by the high courts of Karnataka and Kerala. According to the states, while games may require some skills, the use of money makes them gambling. Overall, according to a report, real money gaming comprised nearly 70% of the 10,100 crore rupee game industry in the country last year. While fantasy sports saw a revenue increase of 26%, money spent on rummy rose to 28%. The games are especially popular in the southern states. Let's listen to a conversation Business Today TV had with the founder and CEO of Games 24/7 some time ago.
You do have, when it comes to state level policy making, I would say the best way to describe it is some sort of confusion, and also a lack of recognition, I think, in some sense of how huge the space can be. Today we are a $2 billion market. By any meaningful estimate, we're talking $25 to $30 billion by 2030. Today, the industry employs about 50,000 people. That could well be 1 million people by 2030.
Meanwhile, the general mood across the nation seems to be against these online games involving money. 66% of those polled by Business Today television thought that the Tamil Nadu government was right in banning these games. The central government is also taking a similar view and is working towards regulating and further taxing the online gaming industry. There is a possibility of GST levied on these games being hiked to 28% from the current 18%, a decision which could be taken as soon as next month. What has really upped the stakes are recent GST notices to gaming companies, including one for 21,000 crore rupees to Gamecraft Technologies, all part of the GST probe agency's action against the entire online gaming industry in India. The agency is hoping to recover a whopping 2.5 lakh crore rupees in taxes. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
So what's the big difference between online gaming with wagers and online gambling. There's a lot of talk that the games require skills which gambling does not. Business Today TV's global business editor Udayan Mukherjee discussed this with founder and CEO of one of the biggest gaming companies in India, Harsh Jain. Listen into a slice of that conversation.
You have sporting games and you have non-sporting games. I mean, to play the devil's advocate, some people would say, poker involves some skill as well, but poker is considered gambling. So what is the line which divides betting and non-betting, fantasy sports versus true online gaming or betting?
I think that's up to the courts to decide, and the regulators. If India passes regulations from the government side, or until then, the courts can decide if a game can be proven to have predominance of skill over chance, then by our law, it is a game of skill and not gambling, betting or wagering. So I don't think I am qualified to answer that question. I think the Supreme Court is qualified, and they have answered it for fantasy sports. And I'm sure there'll be other games that will either get to Supreme Court, will be challenged and will be answered, or I actually personally prefer that we've been advocating it for a while, that the government looks at gaming and sets up a regulatory body. And I believe that it's the far-sightedness of this government that they are able to create a regulatory body now. And our Honorable PM and Honorable FM have already announced within the last budget and after the budget that India is a gaming powerhouse and we can be much, much larger. And for the first time, the government is looking at recognizing gaming in an official capacity and regulating it properly. So we welcome that move. We've been advocating it with our own industry body. The industry is created called the Federation of Indian Fantasy Sports, FIFS. And we welcome any common sense regulations in our sector.
By when do you see that happening, a regulatory body, Harsh, for online gaming as an industry? Because, this recent EGOM recommendation of 28% GST, it reminds you of what happened in the budget with cryptocurrencies, for example, because there seems to be a part of the government which wants to tax anything to do with gambling, betting, gaming, cryptocurrency quite heavily. But do you see the regulatory body that you're recommending actually being on your side, or actually the taxation laws being actually very onerous and heavy for your industry going forward?
I believe that the government needs to set the right amount of taxation that can balance out the weighing scale in terms of benefiting the industry with the right regulations to ensure that only the fly-by-night operators are not prevalent, and it's the real operators who are following the laws of India and are providing real engagement and value to Indians. They can actually thrive with these regulations. But yes, of course, in any industry, if taxation crosses a point, then businesses starts really suffering. And that's where we've also seen sometimes the money moves away from the official industry to an unofficial industry, where the government in fact loses out all of the revenue. And I believe that the government knows this very well, and they're hopefully taking the right moves, that even if the taxation goes from 18% of our revenue to 28% of our revenue, that would of course be a hit to our business metrics. But I personally would welcome that as a right step forward to regulate the industry and to grow it further hand in hand with the government. The industry already accounts for about $1 billion of tax that we pay in India, the entire online gaming industry. And this would help increase taxation, help show that Indian gaming can actually provide a lot of value to the exchequer, but at the same time, regulate it so that only the legal operators are providing the service to Indians, and it protects the end consumer.
Markets ended in the red for a fifth straight day. It was a flat close after a choppy session. Sensex slipping 38 points to shut shop at 57,108. On the other hand, the Nifty was able to hold on to 17,000. Losses in auto and metal shares offset gains in pharma and FMCG stocks. Hero Motorcorp, Adani Ports, Titan, Tata Steel and SBI Life were the top Nifty losers. On the upside, Cipla, Tata Consumer, Shree Cement, Power Grid and IndusInd Bank were the top blue chip gainers. The dollar continues to dominate the currency market. The greenback is at a 20-year high. A third back-to-back rate hike of 75 basis points by the US Fed and a persistent hawkish tone of its policymakers have powered the spike in the dollar index, leading to the rupee touching record lows. But what is the dollar index and what is its relation with the rupee? My colleague Sakshi Batra here to take you through all the nitty-gritty details.
Well, the rupee is trading near its all-time low levels. It touched a record low of 81.87 on September 26th, and this was because of multiple reasons, the primary reason being the strengthening US dollar, which is now hovering at fresh 20-year highs. But why is the US dollar on a march, putting pressure on the other currencies, including the rupee, which has now crossed this 81 mark as well? Well, the reasons for the sharp rise in the US dollar are flight to safety, dollar being considered as a safe haven amid the fears of recession, and rising dollar yields because of the monetary tightening by the US Federal Reserve. Now, while the rupee has depreciated 8% year to date, the dollar index has appreciated 18.8% over the same period. Remember, but this is not just about the rupee. The other major currencies across the world too, which have corrected against the US dollar as well, from Chinese yuan to South Korean won, the euro, pound or Japanese yen, all have corrected 13 to 20% versus the dollar on a year-to-date basis. Now, what exactly is a dollar index, you ask? The dollar index was created in 1973 by the US Federal Reserve. The US dollar index, or USDX, in simple terms, is a measure of value of the US dollar relative to the basket of foreign currencies. The 6 currencies included in the index are often referred to as America's most significant trading partners, which include the euro, Japanese yen, Great Britain pound, Canadian dollar, Swedish krona and Swiss franc. Now, the index is currently calculated by factoring in the exchange rates of these 6 foreign currencies relative to the dollar. The value of the index is a fair indication of the dollar's value in the global market. Now, a rise in the index value really denotes that the dollar is gaining, and a fall in the index value denotes a depreciation in the dollar's value. Now, the US dollar index has risen and fallen sharply throughout history. It reached an all-time high in 1984 at 165, an all-time low of 70 in 2007. Now, over the last few years, the dollar index has been relatively range-bound and traded between the 90 to 110 mark. Now, US index has an inverse correlation with the Indian rupee. Whenever we see the dollar index surging, it leads to pressure coming in on the Indian rupee. Now, this index is also affected by macroeconomic factors, including inflation, deflation in the dollar and the foreign currencies as well. And USDX can also be used as a proxy for the understanding of the health of the US economy, and traders use it to speculate on the dollar's change in value or as a hedge against the currency exposure elsewhere. Now, a dollar is strong right now. It is good news for US but not for the world, because it pushes up the prices of imported food and fuel and medicines, and also threatens to discourage the foreign investment into the emerging markets like India, which actually explains the current correction that we are witnessing in the Indian markets.
All right, thanks for that, Sakshi. The new safety standards for electric vehicles will not be implemented from the 1st of October, with the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways deferring the deadline. The new notification now talks of implementing new rules in 2 phases, from the 1st of December and the second phase from 31st of March next year. For more information, we have my colleague Chetan Bhutani with us. Chetan, take us through the changes and what this implies.
Well, that's right. Business Today TV was the first to report the story on September 20. In fact, the government has given a relief to the electric vehicle industry, and the government has announced that they have extended electric vehicle battery testing standards. Well, now these norms will be implemented in 2 phases. The first phase beginning from December 2022 and the second phase beginning from March 2023. Well, the government had announced on September 1st that the additional safety norms would be applicable for battery cells, battery management system, which of course is the backbone of any electric vehicle, design of the battery pack, and few components that are critical to the safety of electric vehicles. Remember, there was a lot of safety issues pertaining to the fire incidents coming out in the country. Well, the industry had earlier said that some of the norms need more capital investment and time to be implemented. However, the government has now listened to them and given them more time to implement these rules. But in fact, last week, Road Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari had also met few electric vehicle manufacturers. But yes, it's a significant relief to the EV industry. But the government is, of course, also concerned that what if, till that time, electric vehicles don't catch fire, and of course, what next will happen on that?
All right, thanks for that, Chetan. Let's take a very quick break. We'll be back with more news on the other side.
We all consume pills at some point in time. It could be vitamins or it could be medicines, pills for some ailment. But did you know that your posture while consuming that pill is extremely important? How you take your pills may affect how they work. According to a recent study published in the journal Physics of Fluids, the position of your body when you swallow a pill has a direct bearing on how effectively it is working. The team actually tested 4 postures to understand absorption of the medicine: standing, sitting upright, lying down, turn to the right, lying down, turn to the left. Essentially, what they found was that lying to the left and leaning towards the left was the worst position to be in after consuming a pill. It took up to 5 times longer to absorb pills compared to when they were taken in an upright posture. Well, if the pill lands very close to the lowest part of the stomach, the faster it's going to dissolve and empty its contents into the small intestine. Most of the drugs are actually absorbed in the small intestine. Thanks to gravity and the natural unevenness of the stomach, it makes sense that the position you're in when you take a pill could affect how it makes its way through your GI system.
जैसे कहीं चांद की पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के जाम गिरे और छल से टूटे, जैसे कोई चुपके सितार बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हॉल से पास बुलाए। कैसी मीठी बातें थी वो, कैसे मुलाकातें थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ू पाती है कैसे मंजिल और कैसे उतरता है चांद ज़मीन पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस यहीं पर।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Welcome back. The World Bank has sharply cut the growth estimate for the East Asia and Pacific region for this year. The Washington-based world body expects the region's growth to slow down to 3.2% versus its earlier estimate of 5% in April. The region includes China, and the slowdown in the big part is because of the draconian anti-COVID lockdowns implemented in the country, leading to a huge dip in industrial output and exports. China's growth rate is expected to slow to 2.8% from 8.1% last year. The Chinese economy is likely to pick pace again next year, with the World Bank expecting it to grow at 4.5%. Tata Motors has launched 3 new commercial pickup trucks in the Indian market, namely the Yoda 2.0, the Intra V20 Bi-Fuel and the Intra V50. The pickup trucks feature a new, while also claiming to offer the highest load carrying capacity, largest deck length and longest range in the segment. Karishma Sudhani spoke to Girish Wagh, Executive Director at Tata Motors, on the company's portfolio plans in the segment and investments that are in the pipeline. Listen in.
How do you see the CV segment going forward, especially, of course, in the pickup space? This, of course, adds to your order book, but further going, how does the portfolio look like? Are we bracing for further launches also?
You see, we will continue our development push, right? We will keep on coming up with either newer products, or we will keep on improving the performance levels of the current products. So that's something which is just very clear. This will ensure that we are aligned with the changing requirements of the customers or the changing needs of the country at large, right? So we will continue to do newer developments. Now, as far as pickups is concerned, with the launches today, we believe that we have a very, very comprehensive range which addresses whether it is rural requirements, semi-urban, urban requirements, all kind of usages, whether it is agri-produce, poultry, construction, water, whatever it may be. I think it addresses almost all the requirements. Going ahead, we will see, what more requirements are coming up, if there are any further white spaces, and we'll keep on addressing those.
Right. Girish, you have time and again, of course, focused a lot on the EV concept, and that's going pretty strong in India, with Prime Minister also setting a clear goal on it. How do you see Tata Motors paving its way through the EV developments across the country?
So, I think zero emission vehicle transition is an irreversible trend now. and the government has been key in terms of igniting this trend and also pushing it. I think FAME Phase 1, FAME Phase 2 incentives have helped in a big way in increasing the penetration of EVs, especially in buses first, and now it is also getting into the last mile distribution. So the Niti Aayog has come up with a Shunya campaign, which is also going to help push this. In addition to this, I think there are quite a few usages which are kind of closed loop usages, lower range. I think we see a good transition likely even in those segments. In addition to FAME and Shunya, I think the government has also come up with the PLI scheme, which is also going to help us to increase the backward integration and bring the supply chain within the country. So I think both from the demand side and supply side, we seem to be positioned well to ride this electrification transition.
And of course also the fuel prices.
Absolutely. Fuel prices, and also see with every subsequent emission, I think the cost of vehicles is also going up. So cost of vehicles going up, the battery prices coming down. Of course, last few months the battery prices have gone up, which has been a trend, but I think finally the battery prices should come down. So on one hand, IC engine vehicle prices are going up, the electric vehicle prices should go down, so the TCO parity should be reached much faster.
That's great. One last question, Girish. How does this also comes at a time where the national logistics policy has been unveiled by Prime Minister Modi, and that's been quite under the works. How does this stand important in this crucial development?
Yes, I think the Honorable Prime Minister has launched the national logistics policy just a few days back, with an intention of reducing the logistics cost as a percentage of GDP from around 14 to 10 and below. So I think this calls for not just lower total cost of ownership, but also higher power to weight ratio, lower turnaround time so that the deliveries can be done faster. And I think what we have launched today actually fits within that requirement aptly and should contribute in that intention.
And that's how we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
दिल चाहता है कभी ना बीते चमकीले दिन हो, दिल चाहता है हम ना रहे कभी यारों के बिन, जब दिन भर हो प्यारी बातें, झूमे शामें गाए रातें, मस्ती में रहे डूबा डूबा हमेशा समा, हमको राहों में यूं ही मिलती रहे खुशियाँ, दिल चाहता है।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
So sorry.
fragilistic explanatocious. क्या बोल रहा है?
गर्दल ही टूट गया, गर्दल ही टूट लीडर में किसे रख दूं, पार्टी को जो जितवाए, हर साथी छूट गया।
मैं नहीं।
हर साथी छूट गया, अध्यक्ष बन के क्या करेंगे, गर्दल ही टूट गया।
अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी अभी तो आए हो, बहार बन के छाई हो, हवा जरा महक तो ले, नजर जरा बहक तो ले, ये शाम ढल तो ले जरा।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
You're with the news here on India Today with me, Shiv Arur. Let's get you straight to the top stories we're tracking at this time. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's future in the balance after his key aides are blamed by central observers for the alleged rebellion and indiscipline. Sonia Gandhi looks for more names for the next Congress chief position. Chorus to ban Popular Front of India grows. Round 2 of pan-India raids by the NIA. Over 247 PF5 members have been detained in this crackdown. Is a ban about to happen anytime now? Big win for Shinde Sena as Supreme Court rejects Uddhav Thackeray's plea to block Election Commission from deciding on Eknath Shinde's real Sena claim. Could Shinde acquire the Sena symbol next? Key Kejriwal associate Vijay Nair arrested by the CBI in the Delhi Liquorgate scam. Delhi High Court asks Aam Aadmi Party leaders to remove all defamatory tweets and Facebook posts against the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. Prime Minister Modi attends the state funeral of assassinated ex-Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Modi holds bilateral talks with current Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. The biggest question facing the country at this time is a ban imminent on radical Islamic organization, the Popular Front of India. After a second big nationwide spate of raids in which over 200 PFI members have been detained or preventively detained, the question now is, has the government finally got everything it needs to bring in a long-demanded ban against this organization? A nationwide crackdown, the second in less than a week by the NIA, other investigative agencies and state police forces. Raids in narrow alleys, clusters, hideouts, homes and offices. The operation spread across 8 states, from Assam in the northeast to Karnataka in the south, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi up north, Maharashtra and Gujarat in the west.
पीएफआई के नेटवर्क को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। पूरी प्रदेश में सतर्कता बढ़ा दी गई है। लोग सर्विलांस में हैं। हम किसी भी स्थिति में उत्तर प्रदेश में गैरकानूनी गतिविधियों को अनुमति नहीं देंगे। हम कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे। उसी के तहत लगातार कार्रवाई चल रही है।
More than 170 members and functionaries linked to the Popular Front of India taken into custody in this fresh round of raids. The most intensive of which took place in poll-bound Karnataka. At least 60 members of the PFI and its so-called political wing, the SDPI, held across a number of districts in the southern state, including some of the controversial organization's top functionaries.
ಅದು ಕೋಮ್ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಧಕ್ಕೆ ತರೋದು ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನಿದೆ ಕಿ ಬಹಳ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಕುಮ್ಮಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಚೋದನೆ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ಕೂಡ ಏನಿದೆ ಕಿ ಅವರು ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಭಂಗ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ NIA ಮತ್ತೆ ರಾಜ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ದಾಳಿ ಆಯಿತು ಆ ನಂತರ ಕೆಲವು ಜನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The news has tightened and a ban might be looming on the organization that calls itself a social movement, but faces a host of charges, including links with outlawed groups like Simi and Indian Mujahideen, terror funding, possessing firearms, promoting extremism and inciting unrest, and deadly assaults on political ideological adversaries. Believed to be active in more than 20 states, the Popular Front of India has large concentration in Kerala and Karnataka. The organization shot to notoriety when members linked to it chopped off the hand of a college professor, TJ Joseph, in Kerala, accusing him of insulting the Prophet in an examination. The dossier of charges against the outfit has since expanded. Over the years, a number of alleged PFI activists have been accused of carrying out murders of several workers of the RSS and other Hindu organizations in both Kerala and Karnataka. In 2014, a Kerala government affidavit in the High Court acknowledged that PFI activists were involved in at least 27 political murders, 86 murder attempts, and more than 125 cases of instigating religious tensions. Cases have been filed against PFI members for organizing terror camps in Telangana, a mob attack on a police station in Karnataka in 2020, and many more. The list is only getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has accused several other members of the outfit of money laundering. The group stands accused of involvement in the Delhi riots of 2020, instigating communal tensions during the anti-CAA protests and during protests over the Hathras gang rape case in Uttar Pradesh. The PFI and its affiliate, the SDPI, deny any wrongdoing and allege a political witch hunt. But investigating agencies insist their case against the organization has never been stronger. A nationwide ban after the nationwide crackdown could just be imminent. Bureau Report, India Today. It's being called Operation Octopus, and that's pretty appropriate given the number of places that have been raided in this second spate of a crackdown against the Popular Front of India. India Today has been at virtually every one of those sites to bring you precise details of this hunt against the Popular Front of India. The organization calls it a witch hunt. The government says this is due process against an organization that has been linked to several violent incidents in the country.
At least 8 states, over 170 arrests. Another mega anti-Popular Front of India crackdown. Operation Midnight 2.0 in full swing across the country. The police swooping down on violent PFI cadre who allegedly unleashed violence, protests and petrol bomb attacks in the days gone by. After the initial NIA crackdown, Karnataka witnessed the biggest swoop down on PFI with over 75 active members arrested by the police.
More than 90 persons, they have been secured. They have been produced before the Taluka Executive Magistrate and they have been remanded to preventive custody. So these people in the past, they have the history and we have information that they have indulged in anti-social and anti-national activities. They try to foment trouble in the society.
The national capital was put on high alert after multiple raids on the Popular Front of India strongholds in Jamia and Shaheen Bagh areas. Section 144 was imposed for 2 months and candle marches were banned. Jamia University students were warned against troublemongering.
Today, early in the morning, the paramilitary forces carried out a patrolling march to send across a message that the law enforcement agencies are actually on alert mode and any attempt to disturb law and order will not be tolerated.
Top anti-terror squad sources tell India Today that this second crackdown on the outfit was spurred by a planned attack on RSS headquarters after PFI members collected data about an RSS leader's Dashera plans. Not just that, sources say that top BJP leaders have been identified as targets by the outfit. The Popular Front of India released a poster of all its arrested top leaders claiming a witch hunt against them by the centre. The PFI is emerging as a top internal security threat. Will the government now go ahead and ban the organisation? Bureau Report, India Today.
And where the PFI is, can politics ever be really far behind? This time as well, on the back of the PFI calling the nationwide raids a witch hunt, many politicians have come out in support of the Popular Front of India. Always expect a lot of politics as the possibility of that ban gets more and more real.
The Popular Front of India is raided a second time within a week in a nationwide crackdown. As demands to ban PFI get louder, the PFI claims it is a target of a witch hunt by the central government. The outfit has released a poster listing over 100 arrested members, claiming they have been apprehended without a proper probe. Families and supporters of arrested PFI members took to the streets in Karnataka to protest against the raids. The ruling BJP has warned the crackdown on the hardline Islamist organization will intensify in coming days.
Today in Assam, we have picked up 24 PFI people, but this operation will be intensified.
ये लोग जो है वो मुल्क मजहब और मानवता के दुश्मन हैं और ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ जो भी कड़े से कड़े कानूनी प्रावधान है उनके तहत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए.
Sources say the centre could include the PFI in the list of terror outfits and order a ban on it soon. Kerala's ruling CPIM, however, claims such a measure will not help eliminate activities of extremist organizations.
ആരെങ്കിലും നിരോധിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രം ഒരു തീവ്രവാദ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തെയും ഇല്ലായ്മ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. ആ നിരോധനത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന അതിന്റെ അനന്തരഫലം കൂടുതൽ വർഗീയത രൂപപ്പെടുകയും ശക്തിപ്പെടുകയുമാണ് ചെയ്യുക.
2 months after the PFI raids, the Popular Front of India has released a poster listing over 100 arrested members, claiming they have been apprehended without a proper probe. Families and supporters of arrested PFI members took to the streets in Karnataka to protest against the raids. The Congress has backed the raids, but with conditions.
The country needs to be protected. The country comes first. Any interest against the country will not be tolerated. And whether somebody gets directly involved in terror activities and try to weaken the country, or like RSS and Sangh Parivar, which try to insert poison in the society and divide the society so that the country becomes weakened. So we are against any attempts.
हर तरह का कम्युनलिज्म वो उसके हम खिलाफ हैं और जो भी कार्रवाई होगी वो कार्रवाई करेंगे तथ्यों के आधार पर.
Mainstream political parties have by and large supported the crackdown on PFI. The outfit had last week launched protests against the crackdown that turned violent. The law and order machinery is on alert in states where the PFI has strong presence. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now streaming what's happening in the country's top court. Believe it or not, what's happening in the Constitution bench of the Supreme Court will now be broadcast live. You can tune into it on YouTube or elsewhere. The question now is, as you tune in, is this going to be about reform or could it lead to judicial populism?
It is a landmark moment for the Indian judiciary. The Supreme Court of India commenced live streaming of its Constitution bench proceedings on Tuesday. 3 separate 5-judge benches live streamed the hearings in 4 constitutional cases, which has allowed people from all over the country to gain access and watch arguments happening before the top court. The 3 courts took up cases ranging from the Maharashtra political crisis, where the 2 Shiv Sena factions are battling it out to claim the title of the real Shiv Sena, to the 103rd constitutional amendment that allowed for 10% reservation for economically weaker sections. Other matters related to the long-pending dispute between the Delhi government and centre over the control of services in the national capital and the petitions challenging the validity of the All India Bar examination were also taken up.
In the letter which I wrote to the court, what I did point out is that all the cases pending before the Constitutional Bench now concern the interpretation of Article 15 of the Constitution of India, which says there shall be no discrimination based on caste, sex, religion or any one of these.
The historic move comes 4 years after former CGI Deepak Mishra had passed the landmark ruling allowing live telecast of important Supreme Court matters. CGI Mishra, while passing the order, had said sunlight is the best disinfectant. On September 20th, all the judges of the top court, in an unanimously decision, had agreed to kickstart the live streaming of Constitution bench matters from Monday. CGI Lalit had also stated that the Supreme Court is expected to soon launch its own streaming platform for live streaming of cases. This milestone in the history of the Supreme Court has opened the metaphorical doors of the court to people across the country to watch the arguments before the highest court of the land in some of the most justiciable disputes of our time. With inputs from Law Today, Bureau Report, India Today.
Just weeks after former Tata chairman Cyrus Mistri's tragic death in a high-speed car crash on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad highway, 6 more people have died in 2 separate accidents in that precise same spot, leading many to ask, is this a danger zone that has been neglected for a very long time? Here's what comes up next.
A deadly car accident that made global headlines. The death of former Tata Group chairman Cyrus Mistry put the spotlight on a stretch of the Mumbai-Ahmedabad highway, which many locals claimed was accident-prone. Weeks later, 6 people died in 2 days at the same spot near Angaon in Talasari Taluka. In the first accident last Monday, a car hit a road divider while trying to avoid potholes. It then ramped a tempo, 4 people were killed.
तलासरी एरिया में 2 दिन पहले मुंबई से अहमदाबाद जाने वाली रोड पे ब्रिज के बाद वहाँ पे पेट्रोल की वजह से एक्सीडेंट हुआ था। हमने कंसर्न जो कंपनी है जिसके पास मेंटेनेंस का इशू है उनको हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि ये पेट्रोल तुरंत भरने चाहिए, अन्यथा इसी जगह पे इसी प्रकार के एक्सीडेंट होकर लोगों की जान जा सकती है। लेकिन दुर्भाग्यवश उन्होंने वो काम नहीं किया और दूसरे दिन उसी जगह पे इसी तरह का अपघात हो गया।
In the second accident, within 24 hours, a car collided with a tempo, killing 2 people. The Palghar police has registered an FIR against officials of RK Jain Infrastructure Private Limited, who are responsible for the upkeep of the road.
की जिम्मेदारी फिक्स करते हुए हमने रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फिक्स किया और IPC 304A के तहत उनके ऊपर गुना दाखिल किया है। आगे भी हम लोग उसी कंपनी को अलग अलग पैथोल्स अलग अलग इश्यू की वजह से जहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट होने की संभावना है वहाँ पे वो तुरंत क्लियर करने के लिए इंटीमेट कर रहे हैं। अगर वहाँ पे उन्होंने नहीं किया जो उनके हाथ में है और कम समय में कर सकते हैं, फिर भी उन्होंने नहीं किया तो वहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो उसी तरह का हम लोग एक्शन उनके ऊपर ले लेंगे।
एक्सीडेंट प्रोन जोन बनने के बाद उसके ऊपर क्या करना चाहिए वो भी यहाँ पे कुछ होता नहीं है, इसलिए दुर्घटनाएं बढ़ने का तादाद बढ़ती जा रही है और लोगों की जान जाती है। ये टोल लेकर और हाईवे पे खूनी खेल खेल रही है कंपनी, जिसमें NHAI के अधिकारियों का भी दोष है, CEG वाले भी शामिल हैं और अभी जो कंपनी नई आई है मेंटेनेंस के लिए उनका मेंटेनेंस का तरफ तवज्जो ही नहीं है, ध्यान ही नहीं है। नई मेंटेनेंस होने की वजह से भी बहुत सारे एक्सीडेंट।
Mistri's death had revealed design flaws in the highway. The accident took place at the spot where the road to Mumbai split into 2 parallel bridges with fewer lanes, which could surprise the driver who doesn't use the highway regularly.
With rising number of fatal accidents on Mumbai-Ahmedabad highway, questions are being raised on the rising number of accidents and the reason behind it. The police has started registering FIRs against the road contractors who are not maintaining the road, because road designing and poor condition of roads are the major reasons why so many accidents are taking place on this highway. With camera person Samir Shanbag in Palghar, Mohammad Hussain and Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
Quick break here on the news, much more coming up on the other side. Stay with India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
After a stellar 20-year career, cricketer Jhulan Goswami has finally hung up her cricketing boots. Here's a look at the amazing records she's broken as she bids farewell to India's favourite sport.
Another guard of honour
An icon, a trailblazer, a legend. Words that best describe Jhulan Goswami.
Her international career was a never-ending guard of honour, actually, from her own teammates who kept doubling round, so she kept having to walk through
The Chakda Express, as she is popularly referred to, brought her 20-year-long career to an end on Saturday night.
To win this third ODI here at Lord's. Swami's last game.
As expected, emotions were ran high as one of India's longest-serving players bid goodbye. With skipper Harmanpreet Kaur unable to control her tears before the match against England.
For the last time. Usually absolutely in control of her emotions, Harmanpreet.
Having signed off with a win, as well as a clean sweep of the ODI series, Jhulan took to social media, posting a heartfelt message where she thanked everyone in helping her achieve her success. And what a career it was. Little wonder then that she retires not only as the highest wicket taker in women's ODIs, but also across women's international cricket. She has also taken the most wickets in women's World Cups, while also sending down the most overs in women's international games. Her farewell game had the perfect result, but unfortunately it was marred by Deepti Sharma's run-out of Charlotte Dean. This controversy resulted in a huge uproar in the cricketing world, but that didn't stop India from celebrating the last dance of their legendary pacer. As Indian cricket enters a new era, one in which the women's game gets more visibility, it is safe to say Jhulan Goswami will be missed. But that won't take away from her contributions to the sport, both in India and the world.
There's all kinds of things happening before the start.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
Actually, from her own teammate.
Only days to go for the mega opening of Maniratnam's Ponniyin Selvan 1. Heated debates have been raging over the Cholas finally getting justice on the silver screen. Add to that Vikram, the star Vikram's own soundbite that has gone hugely viral. Interest, anticipation in the film has reached fever pitch.
In an industry that's largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amid a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest filmmakers, Maniratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due. And none other than superstar Chyan Vikram has voiced this in a fiery, passionate speech.
We all go to the pyramids, we go see the Leaning Tower of Pisa. We are actually appreciating a building that doesn't stand. It's falling over and wow, let's take a picture, let's take a selfie, and we're getting excited. But we have temples today that stand and they didn't use plaster.
Vikram, in this press conference in Mumbai, made some comparisons that will truly get you thinking about why we haven't celebrated the Cholas the way they ought to be.
You know what was the superpower doing then? America hadn't been discovered by Columbus till 500 years later. So think about our culture, think about how advanced we were. We need to be proud of this. It's nothing to do with North India, South India, West India, East India. It is, we are Indians and we need to feel proud about that.
The great Chola dynasty was maybe a passing mention in our textbooks, maybe a fleeting moment mentioned in our films, but hopefully that will change now with Ponniyin Selvan.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured or contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of the film knows that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers. We've preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals, perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say recently.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जब भी जिक्र आया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी। चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला, मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया, मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे।
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number, at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacy. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what's deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan 1 has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
The news continues here on India Today. Keep watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome, you're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we will talk about Mani Ratnam's magnum opus, Ponniyin Selvan, which is set to release in theatres on September 30th. The entire cast, including A.R. Rahman and the filmmaker, flew down to Delhi to promote this historical drama. A press conference was held. Here are all the details.
சோழநாடு தன் பொற்காலத்தை அடைவதற்கும் முன் வானில் ஒரு பெரும் வால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரச குலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலி கொள்ளும் என்றனர் சோதிடர்கள். பகை நாட்டை சூழ்ந்தது.
The grand sets,
கடல் கொந்தளித்தது.
Spectacular visual effects and the impressive star cast all in one.
என் தந்தை என்னை சோழ நாட்டிற்காக வாழேந்தும்படி ஆணையிட்டார். நான் சோழ நாட்டின் காவலன், சோழ மக்களின் வேலைக்காரன்.
நான் ஆதித்த கரிகாலரின் நண்பன், வல்லவரையன் வந்தியத்தேவன். எம் இளவரசரோடு தோளோடு தோள் நின்று போரிடும் பாக்கியம் எனக்கு கிடைத்தது.
Mani Ratnam's upcoming magnum opus, Ponniyin Selvan 1, is all set to release on September 30th. Ponniyin Selvan is an adaptation of the Tamil novel of the same name by legendary author Kalki Krishnamurthy. It tells the story of the early days of Arulmozhi Varman, who later went on to become the great Chola Emperor Rajaraja Chola I. The team has been travelling around the country in order to promote the film. And at the Delhi press conference, Mani Ratnam shared his experience about working on this epic saga.
It's been a long journey. I mean, I remember reading this book when I was in school, and from then it has been a very, very inspiring book, inspiring everyone in Tamil Nadu who's read it.
Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, who was also present at the event, spoke at length about women empowerment and how female characters should be written.
Obviously, respect and appreciate and acknowledge a woman of substance. And I'm glad that you have recognized that the women in this narrative are just that.
Ponniyin Selvan is started to be a potential game changer for the Tamil film industry. The two-part franchise has reportedly been shot on a budget of 500 crore rupees. The cast is headlined by Chiyan Vikram, Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, Karthi, Jayam Ravi, Trisha, Aishwarya Lakshmi, Shobita Dulipalya, Jairam and Kishore among others. Ponniyin Selvan 1 will be the first Tamil film to be released in IMAX. The historical drama will release in theatres in multiple Indian languages, including Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam and Kannada. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
The countdown for Mani Ratnam's epic Ponniyin Selvan has begun, and while promoting the film in Mumbai, actor Vikram's fiery speech for the Chola dynasty epic has struck a chord with the audience. Vikram not only spoke highly of the Tanjore Periyar temple and how it has withstood the test of time, but also highlighted that in the dark ages, India has the greatest marine power. That's not all. His statement that there is nothing called North India or South India and all Indians must be proud of their culture also resonated with the audience.
England is so illustrious, but Englands were invaded by the Vikings and the Europe was in the dark ages during the 9th century. They had nothing going on. You talk about superpowers today. The 9th century, all this happened when we had the biggest maritime naval thing in the world. And it went all the way to Bali, all the way to Malaysia, and went till we sent emissaries to China. We all go to the pyramids, we go see the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Someone said something very nicely. He said, we are actually appreciating a building that doesn't stand. It's falling over and wow, let's take a picture, let's take a selfie, and we're getting excited. But we have temples today that stand and they didn't use plaster. Do you know that for this particular stone, they had to use a ramp, which was 6 kilometers long. They didn't have plaster. It's withstood 6 earthquakes. You know what happens when an earthquake comes? Without plaster. What they have done is they have an outer wall. Then inside that they have a corridor of 6 feet, which is an open, just a corridor. And then they have another structure inside which goes all the way to the top, which is why they can withstand earthquakes, which is why they stood so long. You know what was the superpower doing then? America hadn't been discovered by Columbus till 500 years later. So think about our culture, think about how advanced we were. We need to be proud of this. It's nothing to do with North India, South India, West India, East India. It is, we are Indians and we need to feel proud about that.
Not many know that Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, who plays the role of Nandini in Ponniyin Selvan, was not the first choice for the film. What is also not known is the whopping budget on which Mani Ratnam directorial was made. Here are all the lesser known and interesting facts about this magnum opus. Filmmaker Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan is one of the most anticipated films of 2022. The first film in the franchise is all set to release on September 30th. We get you some interesting facts about this magnum opus.
பாட்டும் ரத்தமும் போர்க்களமும் எல்லாமே அதை மறக்கத்தான், அவளை மறக்கத்தான், என்னை மறக்கத்தான்.
Fact number 1. Based on a Tamil novel.
என் தந்தை என்னை சோழ நாட்டிற்காக வாழேந்தும்படி ஆணையிட்டார்.
Ponniyin Selvan is a historical action drama adapted from the popular Tamil literary novel of the same name, written by Kalki Krishnamurthy. The story is set in the 10th century under Chola rule. Fact number 2. Mounted on a mega budget. The two-part franchise has reportedly been shot on a budget of Rs 500 crore, making it one of Laika's most ambitious projects. Fact number 3. Mani Ratnam's dream project. Mani Ratnam has been trying to make the film since 1994. Yes, that's right. The ace filmmaker had to put his plans on hold due to budget constraints. He again tried to start production of the film in 2010 but faced a similar roadblock as the team couldn't find the right set of locations. Fact number 4. Original adaptation. Before it was adapted by Mani Ratnam, M.G. Ramachandran had acquired the rights to make Ponniyin Selvan for a sum of ₹10,000 back in 1958. The film was shelved after MGR met with an accident and was then unable to produce the film. Fact number 5. Aishwarya wasn't the first choice to play Nandini.
அருண்மொழியும் கரிகாலரும் ஒன்று சேராமல் நாம் பார்த்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
While Aishwarya Rai Bachchan has been cast as Nandini in the film, Mani Ratnam revealed she wasn't the first choice to play the character and he had thought of casting veteran actress Rekha. Fact number 6. First Tamil film to release in IMAX. Ponniyin Selvan will become the first Tamil movie to release in IMAX when it opens in theatres on September 30th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. We are slipping into a short break now, but on the other side of our special broadcast, we bring you more about Mani Ratnam's magnum opus, Ponniyin Selvan.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Mughal rulers, their legacies and history have long dominated the world of Indian cinema. But Mani Ratnam's magnum opus Ponniyin Selvan 1 hitting the screen soon, the Chola's ancient dynasty will finally get their long-due recognition.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும்பால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலி கொள்ளும்.
In an industry that has largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amidst a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest movie makers, Mani Ratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained: that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured and contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of Mani Ratnam's next film know that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers who have preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say earlier this year.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जग भी झिकराया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी. चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला. मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया. मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे.
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacies. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what is deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan 1 has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
Southern cinema has left the audience stunned with its larger-than-life sets and intriguing stories. And the filmmakers have perfected the art of making movies which appeal to domestic audience as well as foreign viewers. But what makes these epic films a game-changer? Take a look.
South Indian cinema has left the audience stunned with its larger-than-life sets and intriguing stories. To deliver the audience an experience they have never consumed before, the industry has often invested a lot of money for delivering grand experiences. RRR, the Telugu language epic action drama centered around two real-life Indian revolutionaries, Alluri Sitaramaraju and Komaram Bhim, and their fight against the British Raj. Set in 1920, the plot explored the undocumented period in their lives when both the freedom fighters chose to go into obscurity before they began the fight for their country. The film starred Junior NTR, Ram Charan, Ajay Devgan, Alia Bhatt, Shreya Saran, Ray Stevenson, Alison Doddy and Olivia Morris. RRR was made on a whopping budget of 450 crore rupees, whereas the animation took 6 months and there were nearly 50 animal VFX shots. The SS Rajamouli directorial grossed over 223 crores on its opening day, and its lifetime collection stood at over 1,000 crores worldwide, setting several box office records for an Indian film. Bahubali the Beginning and Bahubali 2 The Conclusion followed the story of Sivadu, a young adventurous man who helps his love Avantika rescue Devasena, the former queen of Mahishmati, who was a prisoner under the tyrannical rule of King Bhallal Dev. Bahubali the Beginning and Bahubali 2 The Conclusion received universal acclaim for Rajamouli's direction, the story, visuals, cinematography, action, sequences, music and performances, and became a box office success. The first part was made on a budget of 180 crore with a worldwide box office gross of 600 to 650 crores, whereas Bahubali 2 still tops the collection chart. It has been 5 years since the film's release, but it is still top grosser among Indian films, collecting over 1,500 crore worldwide in all languages. Rudramadevi was based on the life of Rudramadevi, one of the prominent rulers of the Kakatiya dynasty in the Deccan, and one of the few ruling queens in the Indian history. The biographical action film featured Anushka Shetty in the titular role alongside an ensemble cast including Allu Arjun, Rana Daggubati and Prakash Raj.
Pratikaram Rudramadevi.
The film has reportedly been made on a budget of 80 crores and opened with a collection of 32 crore. The film raked in 86.92 crore in worldwide box office collection. Kerala Varma Parshi Raja. The film was based on the life of Parshi Raja, a king who fought against the East India Company in the 18th century.
You are a very wise man.
Directed by Hariharan, the film starred Mammootty and Sharat Kumar. Kerala Varma Parshi Raja was produced at a cost of 20 crores and collected 40 crores worldwide.
Narasimha Reddy Samanyudu Kadu. Atanu Karana Janmada.
Siyara Narasimha Reddy was a Telugu language historical action film inspired by the life of an Indian independence activist, Uyalavada Narasimha Reddy, who fought against the British in the 1880s. Directed by Surendra Reddy, the movie starred Chiranjeevi in the titular role alongside Nayanthara, Tamanna and Sudeep in supporting roles.
Saira Narasimha Reddy.
According to reports, 17 companies across the globe worked on the visual effects of the film. The estimated expenditure of visual effects for the movie was 45 crore and the total budget for the film was 270 crores. The movie went on to collect 240 crores gross at the worldwide box office. Kochadiyan was a Tamil language 3D animated action film that retold the story about the quest of an 8th century warrior who sought revenge after witnessing the unlawful punishment administered to his father by a jealous ruler. Deepika Padukone, Sharad Kumar and Rajnikant had voiced pivotal characters. Kochadiyan marked Soundarya Rajnikant's directorial debut and was India's first photorealistic motion capture film featuring characters whose designs were based on the appearances and likenesses of their respective actors. The film received a mixed critical response. Kochadiyan was made on the budget of 125 crores and overall collection was nearly 100 crores. Gautami Putra Satkarni. The film narrated the story of the life of 2nd century CE Satvahana ruler Gautami Putra Satkarni and starred Nandamuri Balakrishna in the titular role alongside Hema Malini, Kabir Bedi and Shreya Saran. The makers had reportedly spent 10 crores on the graphics and the film was made on a budget of over 55 crores. The film had reportedly grossed over 60 crores in ticket sales.
Brave man.
Madrasipatnam. Madrasipatnam was set in 1940s India during the country's struggle for independence and recounted the story of how an English governor's daughter fell in love with a local Indian boy. The film starred Arya and Amy Jackson. Made at a budget of 20 crores, Madrasipatnam managed to collect over 70 crores worldwide.
Dasya Surunkalalato, Kantininda Nilato, Natalli Bharatamata Chetuleti Dinanga.
Rajanna, a period action film which was partially inspired by Razakar movement and freedom fighter Sudala Hanumantu and starred Nagarjuna Kineni, Sneha and Baby Annie. Rajanna was made on a budget of 14 crores and managed to collect only 10 crores in its lifetime. Marakkar, Lion of the Arabian Sea. Set in the 16th century Calicut, the film was based on the 4th Kunyali Marakkar named Muhammad Ali, the admiral of the fleet of the Zamorin. Marakkar was made on a whopping budget of 85 to 100 crore approximately, but it failed to cross 50 crore mark post its release. Magadira was a fantasy action film set in the backdrop of divine mysteries of death and reincarnation. Ramcharan played double role as Harsha and Kalabhairava, whereas Kajal Agarwal was seen as Indu and Princess Mitravinda Devi. The SS Rajamouli directorial was made on a budget of 35 to 44 crores and was the first Telugu film to list a visual effects producer in its credits. The film received positive reviews from the critics upon its release and managed to become a blockbuster in the box office, minting 100 crores worldwide. From larger-than-life pictures to celebrating smaller joys of life, South Indian movies gives a plethora of content to audiences. The filmmakers in the South have perfected the art of making movies which appeal to domestic audiences and foreign viewers. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
That's all we could pack in our special broadcast today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
The prices of commodities and goods have risen over the past few months. If China-Taiwan tensions escalate, it is likely for more goods and commodities to get expensive. We saw how the Russia-Ukraine crisis increased prices of everyday goods like sunflower oil. Same is likely to follow in case of China-Taiwan. So what will be expensive in India? India depends on China and Taiwan for many of its imports. Let's take a close look at this. In 2021, India imported goods worth $125.6 billion from China. These include integrated circuits, laptops, computers, oxygen concentrators, and vehicle parts. Imports from China has increased by 45%. But due to the border disputes between India and China, over 50 Chinese apps continue to stay banned. But what does India import from Taiwan? Taiwan plays host to 20% global supply of semiconductors. And in the last 10 years, India has exported $58 lakh worth of commodities from Taiwan. Here are some of the commodities that India imports from Taiwan: electrical machinery, plastic and its articles, nuclear reactors, organic chemicals, iron and steel. All these raw materials are used to make final products. If there's a war between China and Taiwan, it is likely for these goods and services to get even more expensive than they already are.
Sorry.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
क्या बोल रहा है?
गर्दल ही टूट गया, गर्दल ही टूट लीडर में किसे रख दूं, पार्टी को जो जितवाए, हर साथी छूट गया।
मैं नहीं।
हर साथी छूट गया, अध्यक्ष बन के क्या करेंगे, गर्दल ही टूट गया।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination, news, newsmakers, talking points. The Gandhis and Ashok Gehlot, is a truce in the works? Or is Mr. Gehlot's future in doubt? All the twists and turns in Rajasthan. Also our big talking point. Should the Popular Front of India, the Islamic radical organization, be banned? And also our exclusive tonight, newsmaker of the day, Jhulan Goswami, India's star woman cricketer who's just retired. A special with her too. Always first, the 9 headlines at 9. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's future lies in the balance after his key aides blamed by central observers for alleged indiscipline. Sonia Gandhi now looks for more names for the next Congress chief as Sachin Pilot arrives in Delhi. Chorus to ban the Popular Front of India grows. More pan-India raids by the NIA. Over 247 PFI members detained in a crackdown. Big win for the Shinde Sena as the Supreme Court rejects Uddhav Thackeray's plea to block the Election Commission from deciding on Eknath Shinde's real Sena claim. Key Kejriwal associate Vijay Nair arrested by the CBI in Delhi liquor scam. Delhi High Court asked Aam Aadmi Party leaders to remove all defamatory tweets and Facebook posts against the Lieutenant Governor. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meets US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. This after Jaishankar slams the West on the F-16 deal with Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi attends the state funeral of assassinated ex-Prime Minister Shinzo Abe in Japan. Modi holds bilateral talks with current Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Legendary actor Asha Parekh to be conferred with the prestigious Dadasaheb Phalke Award for her exemplary lifetime contribution to Indian cinema. And Chinese President Xi Jinping appears in public for the first time since his return from the SCO summit. This on the back of the rumors of the leader in house arrest amidst a military coup. And NASA crashes $344 million DART spacecraft on asteroid Armageddon style. Crash aimed at giving Earth a defense tool against future asteroids headed our way. Indeed, Ashok Gehlot's future is now growing because a show cause notice has now been issued a short while ago to 3 key aides of Ashok Gehlot, Mr. Dhariwal, the Chief Whip, Mr. Mahesh Joshi, and Dharmendra Rathod in Rajasthan. So, show cause notice issued against 3 key aides of Ashok Gehlot. The observers have not recommended, importantly, any action against Mr. Gehlot himself. Sachin Pilot, meanwhile, has come to Delhi and is waiting to see what action will be taken against Mr. Gehlot. Sonia Gandhi, on her part, has met senior Congress leaders to seek their advice. No consensus yet now on who will be next Congress president, but Shashi Tharoor has indicated that he will file his nomination at 11 a.m. on Friday. So, lots of developments once again politically in the Congress, and its turmoil in Rajasthan continues. Our correspondents Preeti Chaudhary in Jaipur, Maushmi Singh in Delhi are joining us. First to you, Maushmi, we are told that those show cause notices have now been issued by the Congress leadership to these 3 individuals. Can you give us some more details?
Right, Rajdeep. You know, these notices have been issued to Mahesh Joshi, Shanti Dhariwal and Dharmendra Rathod. We broke that story first. A 10 days time has been given. And interestingly, every notice has outlined what was the action that they had taken which called for the show cause notice and what they did. So Shanti Dhariwal was told that you are the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. You created confusion. You called them for a meeting at your house, and thereby people were confused which is the official meeting. This despite the fact that Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken were right there, and also mentions that the party high command had said that this is going to be a one-on-one meeting. It is going to be a meeting where the opinions will be taken, and then the party high command and in turn Sonia Gandhi will mull over what suggestions have come or what decision has been taken, and then take a considered, discussed, consulted view on the entire matter. So clearly, each and every leader, these 3 leaders who are close aides of Ashok Gehlot, have been targeted. Clearly, action sought.
Interestingly, there has been no.
In 10 days.
Interestingly, there's a clean chit for Mr. Gehlot himself, Preeti Chaudhary. There is no notice sent to Mr. Gehlot. So, is a compromise in the works? You're there in Jaipur. Is the Ashok Gehlot camp still hopeful that they will get both the Congress presidentship for their leader and a choice of their chief minister in Rajasthan?
I don't think so, Rajdeep. I'll tell you why. Because what's happening is it might be a clean chit for Ashok Gehlot, but as we speak right now, there is an informal cabinet hurried meeting at Ashok Gehlot's residence where the likes of the 3 ministers who've been given a show cause notice are in attendance. So there is some amount of strategizing already taking place. But having said that, what we have seen in the last 24 hours is a huge climb down from the Gehlot camp. The muscle flexing, the show show of strength that we saw. There is a climb down, possibly in the face of many of these MLAs who put pen to paper and added to that 92 proverbial number, coming out with their own videos right now and saying we don't agree with what happened that day and we are with the high command. So there is pressure of dwindling numbers there. Of course, there is no exact currency what those numbers are right now with the Gehlot camp. But on the other hand, the language has changed. When you speak to these Gehlot loyalists and who rebelled together, most of them will now, I had Pratap Singh Khajriwas a short while ago on my show, and he told me, Rajdeep, that it was a mistake, that they did it in anger, and he was with you yesterday. You saw, the difference of language.
Right.
They also maintain if the observers were here only for 2 more days, everything would have been sorted out. There's a huge climb down from the Gehlot MLA side right now.
Okay, meanwhile, all of this, of course, with Sachin Pilot coming in to Delhi. The question, Maushmi, lots of people, names are being discussed also for Congress President. Kamal Nath, of course, met Sonia Gandhi yesterday, but he has denied that he's in the race. Today, we are told that A.K. Antony is likely to meet Sonia Gandhi tomorrow. He's also said he's not in the race. So who is in the race? Shashi Tharoor likely to file his nomination for Congress President on Friday at 11 a.m. Who is going to be? Is Ashok Gehlot in the race? Who is in this race now?
Rajdeep, a very pertinent question, $1 million question that everybody is asking. But if you look at the names, of course, Ashok Gehlot is still a contender. He could file his nominations. Remember, the date was 28th. So tomorrow is 28th. We'll have to wait and see. And this report is an indicator that there is no direct clinching evidence or holding Ashok Gehlot to account as far as the entire rebellion that happened in Jaipur.
Are you saying that it is still possible? Are you still saying it's possible that Ashok? Are you still saying that it is possible that Ashok Gehlot files his nomination for Congress President in the next 48 hours?
Absolutely, that chance is still there, Rajdeep. Remember that Ashok Gehlot has gone public announcing that the party leadership wants that he should file his nominations. So what face will the party high command have if Ashok Gehlot doesn't file his nominations? Will they say, okay, he indulged in indiscipline, which was not there in the report, and he was not, held account for it? There would be a big loss of face, because then the BJP would be proven right that they want to.
Any other names doing the rounds?
So I still think, yes. Yes, there is a lot of, and those names have been doing the rounds earlier as well. Mukul Vasnik is there, Manish Tiwari, his name was there, but he's been silent. Remember, you need nominees, you need people, proposers in every state. That's not an easy ask, considering that Manish Tiwari is from the rebel camp, and so he's been quite silent. And of course, Mallikarjun Kharge, A.K. Antony is out. Pawan Bansal said that that was a faux pas. His name was never in the list, and he never dreamt of filing his nomination. So Mukul Vasnik, Mallikarjun Kharge, Digvijay Singh, these names are doing the rounds. But I still think that Ashok Gehlot will be the person who would be filing his nominations, despite whatever is happening. And what Preeti is indicating is actually a precursor to what's going to happen tomorrow.
So the question then comes, and this is an interesting question. Thanks very much, Maushmi, for joining us, and Preeti with those details. Who will be the next Chief Minister? Will it be Sachin Pilot, who's hoping to be it? Could Mr. Gehlot continue in both posts, or someone else? Now, around 60 MLAs, we are told, of the Congress and independents are firmly with Ashok Gehlot. Around 15 MLAs are with Sachin Pilot. But significantly, there are about 51 fence-sitters. So those fence-sitters could decide Kaun banega Rajasthan Mukhyamantri, who will be the next Chief Minister. Now, joining us now is one of those seeming fence-sitters who's not with either the Gehlot or Pilot camp. I'm joined at this moment by Divya Maderna, Congress MLA. Appreciate your joining us, Divya. You seem to be one of the few MLAs not with either the Gehlot camp, Pilot camp. Is the Rajasthan Congress split right down the middle? Are people like you going to do simply what the Congress's high command, i.e. Sonia Gandhi, decides on the leadership question?
Absolutely. I'm a die-hard Congress loyalist, and I've inherited this politics from my grandfather, from my father, and I'm going to stick by no matter what decision High Command takes. We are in discipline as a Congress person. We are going to stick by whatever decisions taken by High Command.
Just to say that Divya comes from the Maderna family. Her grandfather was a contender in the 1990s for the Chief Minister post. So you're telling me, Divya, that whoever the Congress High Command decides as the Chief Minister, whether it's Mr. Gehlot who is to continue, whether it is Mr. Pilot or someone else, you will go with whatever Sonia Gandhi decides? You are saying you have absolutely no preference?
Yes, absolutely. No references at all. You know, when this fiasco in 2020 was happened, I was part of the 102 MLAs which were camping in leadership of the CLP head, Mr. Gehlot, because the official Congress meetings and the official observers by Mrs. Gandhi were sent there, and the official CLP meetings were taking there. So I'm always going to abide. I've inherited the disciplinary and this commitment towards an unshakable commitment from Congress, and that is what defines us as a true congressman.
But is it true that people like you are in a minority, that most of the people in the most Rajasthan Congress MLAs are with Mr. Gehlot, only a small number with Sachin Pilot? Is that how we should see it? Or there are a lot of people like you who will take your decision once the High Command chooses who it prefers?
No, I completely condemn this. I believe every single, except 2-3 of them who we saw giving statements, which is the Parliamentary Affairs Minister and the Chief Whip of the party, Mr. Mahesh Joshi. I don't know, they must have done this because of their own wasted political interest. What happened, I will not be able to comment on that. But every single MLA, every single minister, whether it's from the Gehlot camp, whether it's from the Sachin Pilot camp, but when it comes to High Command, we all stand together with one way that we accept whatever the High Command has to say.
But Divya, the Gehlot loyalists are saying that the majority of MLAs want the Chief Minister to continue or someone close to him to continue. Therefore, the High Command must listen to the views of each MLA. Do you agree with that?
You know, when 2018, the mandate was given and there was a PCC meeting, CLP meeting called at the PCC, there was a one-line resolution that was passed in the name of the High Command. And then the observers, Mr. Avinash Pandey and KC Venugopalji, met every single MLA knowing their sentiments and conveying to the High Command. So that was the same thing that was supposed to happen in that CLP meeting on Sunday evening, where a one-line resolution to be passed in the name of the High Command, and whatever is decided by the High Command is accepted by every single legislator. And then the observers were supposed to meet every single MLA one-on-one to know what they feel, what they want, and that was supposed to be conveyed to the High Command. And then after whatever concession, after discussing whatever outcome that she decides, every congressman would have abided by. So I believe if a lot of people would want Mr. Gehlot to continue, they could have easily given us one-on-one opinions, and I'm sure in the future when we have the next CLP, they'll be able to express their views to the observers.
So do you think Sachin Pilot would be the future Chief Minister? Should he be the Chief Minister, let me be direct, of Rajasthan now in your view?
I think any name that is decided by the Congress President will be good for the future of Congress.
So does that include Sachin Pilot? Would you have absolutely no problem if tomorrow Sonia Gandhi and the Congress leadership in Delhi decide there will be a generational change? Would you think most people will accept that in Rajasthan?
I have no problem with Mr. Gehlot continuing. I have no problem with Mr. Sachin Pilot coming in. I have no problem with some new name coming in. Any name that happens to be decided by the Congress President, I think all Congress MLAs are going to be okay with.
But, you know, Divya, there are those who are saying that Sachin Pilot betrayed the Congress, tried to bring down the Gehlot government 2 years ago. How can you make him a Chief Minister? That's what the Gehlot camp is saying.
Every legislator has their